closed council? His voice shot up to a register more girlish than kingly, and he was forced to clear his throat. "Is there some particular matter of importance?" he growled in an unconvincing bass. "Some momentous news arrived from the north earlier today." "It did?" "I'm afraid that Lord Marshal Burr is dead. The army needs a new commander. Argument on that issue will probably take up a good few hours. Down here, Your Majesty." "Hours," muttered Jezal, his boot heels clicking down a set of wide marble steps. Hours in the company of the closed council. He rubbed his hands nervously together. Baez seemed to guess his thoughts. "There is no need for you to fear those old wolves. You are their master, whatever they may have come to believe. At any time you can replace them, or have them dragged away in irons, for that matter, should you desire. Perhaps they have forgotten it. It might be that we will need to remind them in due course." They stepped through a tall gateway flanked by knights of the body, their helmets clasped under their arms, but their faces kept so carefully blank they might as well have had their visors down. A wide garden lay beyond, lined on all four sides by a shady colonnade, its white marble pillars carved in the likenesses of trees in leaf. Water splashed from fountains, sparkling in the bright sunlight. A pair of huge orange birds with legs as thin as twigs strutted self-importantly about a perfectly clipped lawn. They stared haughtily at Jezal down their curved beaks as he passed them, evidently in no more doubt than him that he was an utter impostor. He gazed at the bright flowers and the shimmering greenery and the fine statues. He stared up at the ancient walls, coated with red, white, and green creeper. Could it really be that all this belonged to him? All this, and the whole Agriant besides? Was he walking now in the mighty footsteps of the kings of old, of Harald and Casimir and Arnold? It boggled the mind. Jezal had to blink and shake his head, as he had 100 times already that day, simply to prevent himself from falling over. Was he not the same man as he had been last week? He rubbed at his beard as if to check, and felt the scar beneath it. The same man who had been soaked out on the wide plain, who had been wounded among the stones, who had eaten half-cooked horse meat and been glad to get it. Jezal cleared his throat. "I would like very much, I don't know whether it would be possible, to speak to my father." "Your father is dead." Jezal cursed silently to himself. "Of course he is. I meant the man I thought was my father." "What is it that you suppose he would tell you? That he made bad decisions? That he had debts? That he took money from me in return for raising you?" "He took money," muttered Jezal, feeling more forlorn than ever. "Families rarely take in orphans out of goodwill, even those with a winning manner. The debts were cleared, and more than cleared. I left instructions that you should have fencing lessons as soon as you could hold a steel, that you should have a commission in the King's Own and be encouraged to take part in the summer contest, that you should be well prepared in case this day should come. He carried out my instructions to the letter, but you can see that a meeting between the two of you would be an extremely awkward scene for you both, one best avoided." Jezal gave a ragged sigh. "Of course, best avoided." An unpleasant thought crept across his mind. Is my name even Jezal?" "It is, now that you have been crowned." Baez raised an eyebrow. "Why? Would you prefer another?" No, of course not." He turned his head away and blinked back the tears. His old life had been a lie. His new one felt still more so. Even his own name was an invention. They walked in silence through the gardens for a moment, their feet crunching in the gravel, so fresh and perfect that Jezal wondered if every stone of it was daily cleaned by hand. Lord Isha will make many representations to your majesty over the coming weeks and months.
He will?
Giselle coughed and sniffed and put on his bravest face.
Why?
I promised him that his two brothers would be made Lords Chamberlain and Chancellor on the closed council, that his family would be preferred above all others. That was the price of his support in the vote.
I see. Then I should honor the bargain?
Absolutely not. Giselle frowned.
I'm not sure that I...
Upon achieving power, one should immediately distance oneself from all allies. They will feel they own your victory, and no rewards will ever satisfy them. You should elevate your enemies instead. They will gush over small tokens, knowing they do not deserve them. Huygen, Barrazin, Skald, Mead, these are the men you should bring into your circle.
Not Brock.
Never Brock. He came too close to wearing the crown to ever feel himself beneath it. Sooner or later, he must be kicked back into his place, but not until you are safe in your position and have plentiful support.
I see.
Giselle puffed out his cheeks. Evidently, there was more to being king than fine clothes, a haughty manner, and always getting the biggest chair. This way! Out of the garden and into a shadowy hallway panelled with black wood and lined with an array of antique arms to boggle the mind. Assorted suits of full armour stood to glittering attention. Plate and chainmail, hauberk and cuirass, all stamped and emblazoned with the golden sun of the Union. Ceremonial great swords as tall as a man and halberds considerably taller were bolted to the wall in an elaborate procession. Under them were mounted an army's worth of axes, maces, morning stars, and blades curved and straight, long and short, thick and thin. Weapons forged in the Union, weapons captured from the Gurkish, weapons stolen from Styrian dead on bloody battlefields. Victories and defeats commemorated in steel. High above, the flags of forgotten regiments, gloriously slaughtered to a man in the wars of long ago, hung tattered and lifeless from charred pikestaffs. A heavy double door loomed at the far end of this collection, black and unadorned, as inviting as a scaffold. Knights' heralds stood on either side of it, solemn as executioners, winged helmets glittering. Men taxed not only with guarding the centre of government, but with carrying the king's orders to whatever corner of the Union was necessary. His orders, Giselle realized with a sudden further lurch of nerves. His Majesty seeks audience with the closed council, intoned Baez. The two men reached out and pulled the heavy doors open. An angry voice surged out into the corridor.
There must be further concessions, or there will only be further unrest. We cannot simply... High Justice, I believe we have a visitor.
The White Chamber was something of a disappointment after the magnificence of the rest of the palace. It was not that large. There was no decoration on the plain white walls. The windows were narrow, almost cell-like, making the place seem gloomy even in the sunshine. There was no draught, and the air was uncomfortably close and stale. The only furniture was a long table of dark wood, piled high with papers, and 6 plain, hard chairs arranged down either side, with another at the foot, and one more, noticeably higher than the others, at the head. Giselle's own chair, he supposed. The closed council rose as he ducked reluctantly into the room. As frightening a selection of old men as could ever have been collected in one place, and every man of them staring right at Giselle in expectant silence. He jumped as the door was heaved shut behind him, the latch dropping with an unnerving finality.
Your Majesty,
and Lord Chamberlain Hoff bowed deep.
May I and my colleagues first congratulate you on your well-deserved elevation to the throne. We all feel that we have in you a worthy replacement for King Gustaf, and look forward to advising you and carrying out your orders over the coming months and years." He bowed again, and the collection of formidable old men clapped their hands in polite applause. "Why, thank you all," said Giselle, pleasantly surprised, however little he might feel like a worthy replacement for anything. Perhaps this would not be so painful as he had feared. The old wolves seemed tame enough to him. "Please allow me to make the introductions," murmured Hoff. "Archlector Salt, head of your Inquisition."
"An honor to serve your Majesty."
"High Justice Morovia, Chief Law Lord." "Likewise, your Majesty, an honor." "With Lord Marshal Varuz, I believe you are already well acquainted." The old soldier beamed. "It was a privilege to train you in the past, your Majesty, and will be a privilege to advise you now." So they went on, Giselle smiling and nodding to each man in turn. Halleck, the Lord Chancellor; Torlicorn, the High Consul; Reutzer, Lord Admiral of the Fleet, and so on and so on. Finally, Hoff ushered him to the high chair at the head of the table, and Giselle enthroned himself while the closed council smiled on. He grinned gormlessly up at them for a moment, and then realized, "Oh, please, be seated." The old men sat, a couple of them with evident winces of pain, as old knees crunched and old backs clicked. Baez dropped carelessly into the chair at the foot of the table, opposite Giselle, as though he had been occupying it all his life. Robes rustled as old asses shifted on polished wood, and gradually the room went silent as a tomb. One chair was empty at Varuz's elbow, the chair where Lord Marshal Burr would have sat had he not been assigned to duty in the north, had he not been dead. A dozen daunting old men waited politely for Giselle to speak. A dozen old men who he had thought of until recently as occupying the pinnacle of power, all now answerable to him. A situation he could never have imagined in his most self-indulgent daydreams. He cleared his throat. "Pray continue, my lords. I will try and catch up as we go." Hoff flashed a humble smile. "Of course, your Majesty. If at any time you require explanation, you have but to ask." "Thank you," said Giselle. Halleck's grinding voice cut over him. "Back to the issue of discipline among the peasantry, therefore."
"We have already prepared concessions,"
snapped Salt.
"Concessions which the peasants were happy to accept."
"A shred of bandage to bind a suppurating wound," returned Morovia. "It is only a matter of time before rebellion comes again. The only way we can avoid it is by giving the common man what he needs, no more than is fair. We must involve him in the process of government."
"Involve him?"
sneered Salt. "We must transfer the burden of tax to the landowners." Halleck's eyes rolled to the ceiling. "Not this nonsense again?"
"Our current system has stood for centuries,"
barked Salt. "It has failed for centuries," threw back Morovia. Giselle cleared his throat, and the heads of the old men snapped round to look at him. Could each man not simply be taxed the same proportion of his income, regardless of whether he is a peasant or a nobleman? And then, perhaps... He trailed off. It had seemed a simple enough idea to him, but now all 11 bureaucrats were staring at him, shocked, quite as if a domestic pet had been ill-advisedly allowed into the room and it had suddenly decided to speak up on the subject of taxation. At the far end of the table, Baez silently examined his fingernails. There was no help there.
"Ah, your Majesty,"
ventured Torlicorn in soothing tones.
"Such a system would be almost impossible to administer."
And he blinked in a manner that said, "How do you manage to dress yourself, given your incredible ignorance?" Giselle flushed to the tips of his ears. "I see." "The subject of taxation,"
droned Halleck, "is a stupendously complex one." And he gave Giselle a look that said, "It is far too complex a subject to fit inside your tiny fragment of a mind."
It would perhaps be better, Your Majesty, if you were to leave the tedious details to your humble servants.
Morovia had an understanding smile that said, "It would perhaps be better if you kept your mouth shut and avoided embarrassing the grown-ups."
Of course.
Giselle retreated shamefacedly into his chair.
Of course.
And so it went on, as the morning ground by, as the strips of light from the windows slunk slowly over the heaps of papers across the wide table. Gradually, Giselle began to work out the rules of this game. Horribly complex, and yet horribly simple. The aging players were split roughly into two teams. Arch-Lector Salt and High Justice Morovia were the captains, fighting viciously over every subject, no matter how small, each with 3 supporters who agreed with their every utterance. Lord Hoff, meanwhile, ineffectually assisted by Lord Marshal Varuse, played the role of referee and struggled to build bridges across the unbridgeable divide between these 2 entrenched camps. Giselle's mistake had not been to think that he would not know what to say, though of course he did not. His mistake had been to think that anyone would want him to say anything. All they cared about was continuing their own profitless struggles. They had become used, perhaps, to conducting the affairs of state with a drooling half-wit at the head of the table. Giselle now realized that they saw in him a like-for-like trade. He began to wonder if they were right.
If Your Majesty could sign here,
And here.
And here,
and there.
the pens scratched against paper after paper. The old voices droned on and held forth and bickered one with the other. The grey men smiled and sighed and shook their heads indulgently whenever he spoke, and so he spoke less and less. They bullied him with praise and blinded him with explanation. They bound him up in meaningless hours of law and form and tradition. He sagged slowly lower and lower into his uncomfortable chair. A servant brought wine, and he drank and became drunk and bored and even more drunk and bored. Minute by stretched-out minute, Giselle began to realize there was nothing so indescribably dull, once you got down to the nuts and bolts of it, as ultimate power.
Now to a sad matter,
Observed Hoff, once the most recent argument had sputtered to a reluctant compromise.
Our colleague Lord Marshal Burr is dead. His body is on its way back to us from the north and will be interred with full honors. In the meantime, however, it is our duty to recommend a replacement. The first chair to be filled in this room since the death of the esteemed Chancellor Ficht. Lord Marshal Varuse?
The old soldier cleared his throat, wincing as though he realized he was about to open a floodgates that might very well drown them all.
There are 2 clear contenders for the post. Both are men of undoubted bravery and experience, whose merits are well known to this council. I have no doubt that either General Polder or General Croy would...
There cannot be the slightest doubt that Polder is the better man,
snarled Salt, and Halleck immediately voiced his assent.
On the contrary,
Hissed Morovia, to angry murmurs from his camp.
Croy is transparently the better choice.
It was an area in which, as an officer of some experience, Giselle felt he might have been of some minuscule value. But not one of the closed council seemed even to consider seeking his opinion. He sagged back sulkily into his chair and took another slurp of wine from his goblet, while the old wolves continued to snap viciously at one another.
Perhaps we should discuss this matter at greater length later,
cut in Lord Hoff over the increasingly acrimonious debate.
His Majesty is growing fatigued with the fine points of the issue, and there is no particular urgency to the matter.
Salt and Morovia glared at each other, but did not speak. Hoff gave a sigh of relief.
Very well. Our next point of business relates to the supply of our army in Angland. Colonel West writes in his dispatches...
West? Giselle sat up sharply, his voice rough with wine. The name was like smelling salts to a fainting girl, a solid and dependable rock to cling to in the midst of all this chaos. If only West had been there now, to help him through, things would have made so much more sense. He blinked at the chair that Burr had left behind him, sitting empty at Baruz's shoulder. Giselle was drunk, perhaps, but he was king. He cleared his wet throat.
Colonel West shall be my new Lord Marshal.
There was a stunned silence. The 12 old men stared. Then Torlicorm chuckled indulgently in a manner that said, "How will we shut him up?"
Your Majesty, Colonel West is known to you personally, and a brave man, of course.
The entire council, it seemed, had finally found one issue on which they could all agree.
First through the breach at Ulriok and so on,
muttered Varuz, shaking his head. But really...
He is junior and inexperienced and...
He is a commoner, said Hoff, eyebrows raised.
An unseemly break with tradition, lamented Halleck.
Polder would be far superior,
snarled Salt at Morovia.
Croy is the man,
Morovia barked back. Torlicorm gave a syrupy smile of the kind a wet nurse might use while trying to calm a troublesome infant.
So you see, Your Majesty, we cannot possibly consider Colonel West as...
Giselle's empty goblet bounced off Torlicorm's bald forehead with a loud crack and clattered away into the corner of the room. The old man gave a wail of shock and pain and slid from his chair, blood running from a long gash across his face.
Cannot!
Screamed Giselle on his feet, eyes starting from his head.
You dare to give me fucking cannot, you old bastard! You belong to me, all of you!
His finger stabbed furiously at the air.
You exist to advise me, not to dictate to me. I rule here, me!
He snatched up the ink bottle and hurled it across the room. It burst apart against the wall, spraying a great black stain across the plaster and spattering the arm of Archlector Salt's perfect white coat with black spots.
Me! Me! The tradition we need here is one of fucking obedience!
He grabbed a sheaf of documents and flung them at Morovia, filling the air with fluttering paper.
Never again give me cannot! Never!
11 sets of dumbstruck eyes stared at Giselle. One set smiled down at the very end of the table. That made him angrier than ever.
Column West shall be my new Lord Marshal,
he screeched and kicked his chair over in a fury.
At our next meeting, I will be treated with a proper respect, or I'll have the pack of you in chains. In fucking chains! And...
His head was hurting now, rather badly. He had thrown everything within easy reach and was becoming desperately unsure of how to proceed. Baez rose sternly from his chair.
My lords, that will be all for today.
The closed council needed no further encouragement. Papers flapped, robes rustled, chairs squealed as they scrambled to be first out of the room. Hoff made it into the corridor. Morovia followed close behind, and Salt swept after him. Varuz helped Torlicorm up from the floor and guided him by his elbow.
I apologize.
He was wheezing as he was hustled, bloody-faced, through the door.
Your Majesty, I apologize profusely.
Baez stood sternly at the end of the table, watching the councillors hurry from the room. Giselle lurked opposite, frozen somewhere between further anger and mortal embarrassment, but increasingly tending towards the latter. It seemed to take an age for the last member of the closed council to finally escape from the room, and for the great black doors to be dragged shut. The first of the Magi turned towards Giselle, and a broad smile broke suddenly out across his face. "Richly done, your Majesty, richly done."
What?
Giselle had been sure that he had made an ass of himself to a degree from which he could never recover. "Your advisers will think twice before taking you lightly again, I think. Not a new strategy, but no less effective for that. Herod the Great was himself possessed of a fearsome temper and made excellent use of it. After one of his tantrums, no one would dare to question his decisions for weeks." Bias chuckled. "Though I suspect that even Herod would have balked at dealing a wound to his own high consul." "That was no tantrum," snarled Giselle, his temper flickering up again. If he was beset by horrible old men, then Bias was himself the worst culprit by far. "If I am a king, I will be treated like one. I refuse to be dictated to in my own palace, not by anyone, not by... Bias glared back at him, his green eyes frighteningly hard, and spoke with frosty calm. "If your intention is to lose your temper with me, your Majesty, I would strongly advise against it." Giselle's rage had been on the very verge of fading already, and now, under the icy gaze of the Magus, it wilted away entirely. "Of course. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry." He closed his eyes and stared numbly down at the polished tabletop. He never used to say sorry for anything. Now that he was a king and needed to apologize to no man, he found he could not stop. "I did not ask for this," he muttered weakly, flopping down in his chair. "I don't know how it happened. I did nothing to deserve it." "Of course not." Bias came slowly around the table. "No man can ever deserve the throne. That is why you must strive to be worthy of it now, every day, just as your great predecessors did. Casimir, Arnold, Herod himself." Giselle took a long breath and blew it out. "You're right, of course. How can you always be right?" Bias held up a humble hand. "Always right? Scarcely. But I have the benefit of long experience and am here to guide you as best I can. You have made a fine start along a difficult road, and you should be proud, as I am. There are certain steps we cannot delay, however. Chief among them is your wedding." Giselle gaped. "Wedding? An unmarried king is like a chair with 3 legs, your Majesty, apt to fall. Your rump has only just touched the throne, and it is far from settled there. You need a wife who brings you support, and you need heirs so that your subjects may feel secure. All that delay will bring is opportunities for your enemies to work against you." The blows fell so rapidly that Giselle had to grasp his head, hoping to stop it flying apart. "My enemies?" Had he not always tried to get on with everyone? "Can you be so naive? Lord Brock is doubtless already plotting against you. Lord Isher will not be put off indefinitely. Others on the Open Council supported you out of fear, or were paid to do so." "Paid?" gasped Giselle. "Such support does not last forever. You must marry, and your wife must bring you powerful allies." "But I have..." Giselle licked his lips, uncertain of how to broach the subject. "Some commitments in that line." "Ardee West?" Giselle half opened his mouth to ask Bias how he knew so much about his romantic entanglements, but quickly thought better of it. The old man seemed to know far more about him than he did himself, after all. "I know how it is, Giselle. I have lived a long life. Of course you love her. Of course you would give up anything for her. Now, But that feeling, trust me, will not last. Giselle shifted his weight uncomfortably. He tried to picture Ardi's uneven smile, the softness of her hair, the sound of her laugh, the way that had given him such comfort out on the plain. But it was hard to think of her now without remembering her teeth sinking into his lip, his face tingling from her slap, the sound of the table creaking back and forward underneath them. The shame and the guilt and the complexity. Bayaz's voice continued, mercilessly calm, brutally realistic, ruthlessly reasonable. It is only natural that you made commitments, but your past life is gone, and your commitments have gone with it. You are a king now, and your people demand that you behave like one. They need something to look up to, something effortlessly higher than themselves. We are talking of the High Queen of the Union, a mother to kings. A farmer's daughter with a tendency towards unpredictable behavior and a penchant for heavy drinking? I think not. Giselle flinched to hear Ardi described that way, but he could hardly argue the point. You are a natural son. A wife of unimpeachable breeding would lend your line far greater weight, far greater respect. There is a world full of eligible women, Your Majesty, all born to high station, dukes' daughters and kings' sisters, beautiful and cultured, a world of princesses to choose from. Giselle felt his eyebrows rising. He loved Ardi, of course, but Bayaz made a devastating argument. There was so much more to think of now than his own needs. If the idea of himself as a king was absurd, the idea of Ardi as a queen was triply so. He loved her, of course, in a way, but a world of princesses to choose from? That was a phrase it was decidedly hard to find fault with. You see it! The first of the Magi snapped his fingers in triumph. I will send to Duke Orso of Talons that his daughter Therese should be introduced to you. He held up a calming hand. Just to begin with, you understand. Talons would make a powerful ally. He smiled and leaned forward to murmur in Giselle's ear. But you need not leave everything behind if you truly are attached to this girl. Kings often keep mistresses, you know. And that, of course, decided the matter. Chapter 19. Prepared for the worst. Glocta sat in his dining room, staring down at his table, rubbing at his aching thigh with one hand. His other stirred absently at the fortune in jewels spread out on the black leather case. Why do I do this? Why do I stay here and ask questions? I could be gone on the next tide, and no one any worse off. Perhaps a tour of the beautiful cities of Styria, a cruise round the 1,000 Isles, finally to faraway Thond or distant Suljuk, to live out my twisted days in peace among people who do not understand a word I say, hurting no one, keeping no secrets, caring no more for innocence or guilt, for truth or for lies, than do these little lumps of rock. The gems twinkled in the candlelight, clicking against each other, tickling at his fingers as he pushed them through one way and back the other. But His Eminence would weep and weep at my sudden disappearance. So, one imagines, would the banking house of Valentin Bulk. Where in all the wide circle of the world would I be safe from the tears of such powerful masters? And why? So I can sit on my crippled ass all the day long, waiting for the killers to come? So I can lie in bed and ache and think about all that I've lost? He frowned down at the jewels, clean and hard and beautiful. I made my choices long ago, when I took Valentin Bulk's money. when I kissed the ring of office, before the Emperor's prisons even, when I rode down to the bridge, sure that only magnificent Sandan Glockter could save the world. A thumping knock echoed through the room, and Glockter jerked his head up, toothless mouth hanging open. As long as it is not the Archlector.
Open up! In the name of His Eminence!
He grimaced at a spasm through his back as he dragged himself out of his chair, clawing the stones into a heap. Priceless, glittering handfuls of them. Sweat had broken out across his forehead. What if the Archlector were to discover my little treasure trove? He giggled to himself as he snatched at the leather case. I was going to mention all this, really I was, but the timing never seemed quite right. A small matter, after all, no more than a king's ransom. His fingers fumbled with the jewels, and in his haste he flicked one astray, and it dropped sparkling to the floor with a sharp click-click. Another knock, louder this time, the heavy lock shuddering from the force of it.
Open up!
I'm just coming! He forced himself down onto his hands and knees with a moan, casting about across the floor, his neck burning with pain. He saw it, a flat green one sitting on the boards, shining bright in the firelight. Got you, you bastard. He snatched it up, pulled himself to his feet by the edge of the table, folded up the case, once, twice. No time to hide it away. He shoved it inside his shirt, right down, so it was behind his belt. Then he grabbed his cane and limped towards the front door, wiping his sweaty face, adjusting his clothes, doing his best to present an unruffled appearance. I'm coming. There's no need to... 4 huge practicals shoved past him into his apartments, almost knocking him over. Beyond them, in the corridor outside, stood His Eminence the Archlector, frowning balefully, 2 more vast practicals at his back. A surprising hour for such a gratifying visit. Glockter could hear the 4 men stomping around his apartments, throwing open doors, pulling open cupboards. Never mind me, gentlemen. Make yourself at home. After a moment, they marched back in. Empty, grunted one from behind his mask. Huh, sneered Salt, moving smoothly over the threshold, staring about him with a scowl of contempt. My new lodgings, it would seem, are scarcely more impressive than my old ones. His 6 practicals took up positions around the walls of Glockter's dining room, arms folded across their chests, watching. An awful lot of great big men to keep an eye on one little cripple. Salt's shoes stabbed at the floor as he strode up and down, his blue eyes bulging, a furious frown twisting his face. It does not take a masterful judge of character to see that he is not a happy man. Might one of my ugly secrets have come to his attention? One of my little disobediences? Glockter felt a sweaty, trembling slink up his bent spine. The non-execution of Magister Ida, perhaps? My agreement with Practical Vitari to tell less than the whole truth? The corner of the leather pouch dug gently into his ribs as he shifted his hips. Or merely the small matter of the large fortune with which I was purchased by a highly suspect banking house. An image sprang unbidden into Glockter's mind of the jewel case suddenly splitting behind his belt, gems spilling from his trouser legs in a priceless cascade, while the Archlector and his practicals stared in amazement. I wonder how I'd try to explain that one. He had to stifle a giggle at the thought.
That bastard Byers!
Snarled Salt, his white-gloved hands curling into shaking fists. Glockter felt himself relax by the smallest hair. I am not the problem, then. Not yet, at least. Byers?
That bald liar, that smirking impostor, that ancient charlatan! He has stolen the closed council!
Stop, thief.
He has that worm Luther dictating to us. You told me he was a spineless nothing.
I told you He used to be a spineless nothing, and you ignored me.
This cursed puppy dog proves to have teeth and is not afraid to use them. And that first of the bastard magi is holding his leash. He is laughing at us. He is laughing at me. At me!
Screamed Salt, stabbing at his chest with a clawing finger.
Damn your excuses, Glockter! I am drowning in a sea of damned excuses when what I need are answers. What I need are solutions. What I need is to know more about this liar.
Then perhaps this will impress you. I have already, in fact, taken the liberty of some steps in that direction.
What steps?
I was able to take his navigator into custody, said Glockter, allowing himself the smallest of smiles.
The navigator?
Salt gave no sign of being impressed.
And what did that stargazing imbecile tell you?
Glockter paused. That he journeyed across the old empire to the edge of the world with Baez and our new king before his enthronement. He struggled for words that would fit cleanly into Salt's world of logic and reasons and neat explanations. That they were seeking for a relic of the old time.
Relics?
Asked Salt, his frown deepening.
Old time?
Glockter swallowed. Indeed, but they did not find it.
So, we now know one of 1,000 things that Baez did not do. Bah!
Salt ripped angrily at the air with his hand.
He is nobody, and told you less than nothing. More of your myths and rubbish.
Of course, Your Eminence, muttered Glockter. There really is no pleasing some people. Salt frowned down at the squares board under the window, his white-gloved hand hovering over the pieces as if to make a move.
I lose track of how often you have failed me, but I will give you a final chance to redeem yourself. Look into this first of the Magi once more. Find some weakness, some weapon we can use against him. He is a disease, and we must burn him out.
He prodded angrily at one of the white pieces.
I want him destroyed. I want him finished. I want him in the House of Questions in chains.
Glockter swallowed. Your Eminence, Baez is ensconced in the palace, and well beyond my reach. His protégé is now our king, thanks in part to our own desperate efforts. Glockter almost winced, but he could not stop himself from asking the question, how am I to do it?
How? Shrieked Salt. How, you crippled worm?
He swept his hand furiously across the board and dashed the pieces spinning across the floor. And I wonder who will have to bend down to pick those up. The 6 practicals, as though controlled by the pitch of the Archlector's voice, detached themselves from the walls and loomed menacingly into the room.
If I wished to attend to every detail myself, I would have no need of your worthless services. Get out there and get it done, you twisted slime!
Your Eminence is too kind, muttered Glockter, humbly inclining his head once more. But even the lowest dog needs a scratch behind the ears from time to time, or he might go for his master's throat.
And look into his story while you're about it.
Story, Archlector?
This fairy tale of Carmate and Wrath.
Salt's eyes went narrower still, hard creases cutting into the bridge of his nose.
If we cannot take the leash ourselves, we must have the dog put down. Do you understand?
Glockter felt his eye twitching, in spite of his efforts to make it be still. We find a way to bring King Jazal's reign to an abrupt end. Dangerous. If the Union is a ship, it has but lately come through a storm and is listing badly. We have lost one captain. Replace another now, and the boat might break apart entirely. We will all be swimming in some deep, cold, unknown waters then. Civil war, anyone? He frowned down at the square's pieces scattered across his floor. But His Eminence has spoken. What is it that Shickle said? When your master gives you a task, you do your best at it, even if the task is a dark one. And some of us are only suited to dark tasks. Kame Dan Roth and her bastard. I shall find the truth of it, Your Eminence. You can depend on me. Salt's sneer curled to even greater heights of contempt.
If only!
The House of Questions was busy for an evening. Glockter saw no one as he limped down the corridor, his excuses for teeth pressed into his lip, his hand clenched tight around the handle of his cane, slippery with sweat. He saw no one, but he heard them. Voices bubbled from behind the iron-bound doors, low and insistent, asking the questions. High and desperate, spilling the answers. From time to time, a shriek or a roar or a howl of pain would cut through the heavy silence. Those hardly need explaining. Severard was leaning against the dirty wall as Glockter limped towards him, one foot up on the plaster, whistling tunelessly behind his mask. "What's all this?" asked Glockter. "Some of Lord Brock's people got drunk, then they got noisy. 50 of them made quite a mess up near the Four Corners, moaning about rights, whining on how the people were cheated, mouthing off how Brock should have been king. They say it was a demonstration. We say it was treason." Treason, eh? The definition is notoriously flexible. Pick out some ringleaders and get some papers signed. Angland is back in Union hands. High time we started filling the place up with traitors. They're already at it. Anything else? Oh, of course. Juggling knives. One comes down, two go up. Always more blades spinning in the air, and each one with a deadly edge. I had a visit from His Eminence earlier today. A brief visit, but too long for my taste. Work for us. Nothing that will make you a rich man, if that's what you're hoping for. I'm always hoping. I'm what you'd call an optimist. Lucky for you. I rather tend the other way. Glockter took a deep breath and let it out in a long sigh. The first of the Magi and his bold companions. Again, His Eminence wants information. This Baez, though, isn't he tight with our new king? Glockter raised an eyebrow as a muffled roar of pain echoed down the corridor. Tight? He might as well have him made out of clay. That is why we must keep our eyes upon him, practical Severard, for his own protection. Powerful men have powerful enemies as well as powerful friends. Think that navigator knows anything else? Nothing that will do the trick. Shame. I was getting used to having the little bastard around. He tells a hell of a story about a huge fish. Glockter sucked at his empty gums. Keep him where he is for now. Perhaps Practical Frost will appreciate his tall tales. He has a fine sense of humor. If the navigator's no use, who do we squeeze? Who indeed? Nine Fingers is gone. Baez himself is tucked up tight in the palace, and his apprentice hardly leaves his side. The erstwhile Giselle Dan Luthar, we must concede, is now far beyond our reach. What about that woman? Severard looked up. What, that brown bitch? She's still in the city, isn't she? Last I heard. Follow her, then, and find out what she's about. The practical paused. Do I have to? What, you scared? Severard lifted up his mask and scratched underneath it. I can think of people I'd rather follow. Life is a series of things we would rather not do. Glockter looked up and down the corridor, making sure there was no one there. We also need to ask some questions about Kame Dan Roth, supposed mother of our present king.
What sort of questions? He leaned towards Severard and hissed quietly in his ear. Questions like, did she really bear a child before she died? Was that child really the issue of the overactive loins of King Guthlaf? Is that child truly the same man that we now have on the throne? You know the kind of questions. Questions that could land us in a great deal of trouble. Questions that some people might call treason. After all, the definition is notoriously flexible. Severard's mask looked the same as ever, but the rest of his face was decidedly worried. You sure we want to go digging there? Why don't you ask the Archlector if he's sure? He sounded sure to me. Get Froth to help you if you're having trouble. But what are we looking for? How are we... How? Hissed Glockter. If I wished to attend to every detail myself, I would have no need of your services. Get out there and get it done. When Glockter had been young and beautiful, quick and promising, admired and envied, he had spent a great deal of time in the taverns of Adua. Though I never remember falling this far, even in my darkest moods. He scarcely felt out of place now as he hobbled among the customers. To be crippled was the norm here, and he had more teeth than average. Nearly everyone carried unsightly scars or debilitating injuries, sores or warts to make a toad blush. There were men with faces rough as the skin on a bowl of old porridge, men who shook worse than leaves in a gale and stank of week old piss. Men who looked as if they'd slit a child's throat just to keep their knives sharp. A drunken whore slouched against a post in an attitude that could hardly have been arousing to the most desperate sailor. That same reek of sour beer and hopelessness, sour sweat and early death that I remember from the sights of my worst excesses, only stronger. There were some private booths at one end of the stinking common room, vaulted archways full of miserable shadows and even more miserable drunks. And who might one expect to find in such surroundings? Glockter shuffled to a stop beside the last of them. Well, well, well. I never thought I'd see you alive again. Nikomo Koska looked even worse than when Glockter first met him, if that was possible. He was spread out against the slimy wall, his hands dangling, his head hanging over to one side, his eyes scarcely open as he watched Glockter work his painful way into a chair opposite. His skin was soapy pale in the flickering light from the single mean candle flame, dark pouches under his eyes, dark shadows shifting over his pinched and pointed face. The rash on his neck had grown angrier and spread up the side of his jaw like ivy up a ruin. With just a little more effort, he might look nearly as ill as me. "Superior Glockter," he wheezed in a voice as rough as tree bark. "I am delighted that you received my message. What an honor to renew our acquaintance against all the odds. Your masters did not reward your efforts in the south with a cut throat, eh?" I was as surprised as you are, but no, though there is still ample time. How was Dagothka after I left? The Styrian puffed out his hollow cheeks. Dagothka was a real mess, since you're asking. A lot of men dead, a lot of men made slaves. That's what happens when the Gurkish come to dinner, eh? Good men with bad endings, and the bad men did little better. Bad endings for everyone. Your friend General Visbrook got one of them. I understand he cut his own throat, to rapturous approval from the public. How did you get away? The corner of Koska's mouth curled up, as though he would have liked to smile, but had not the energy. I disguised myself as a servant girl, and I fucked my way out. Ingenious. But far more likely, you were the one who opened the gates to the Gurkish in return for your freedom. I wonder if I would have done the same in that position. Probably. And lucky for us both. They say that luck is a woman. She's drawn to those that least deserve her. Perhaps so, though I appear to be both undeserving and unlucky. It is certainly fortunate that you should appear in Azure at this moment. Things are unsettled. Glockter heard a squeaking, rustling sound, and a large rat dashed out from under his chair and paused for a moment in full view. Koska delved a clumsy hand into his stained jacket and whipped it out. A throwing knife flew out with it, flashed through the air. It shuddered into the boards a good stride or two wide of the mark. The rat sat there for a moment longer, as though to communicate its contempt, then scurried away between the table and chair legs, the scuffed boots of the patrons. Koska sucked at his stained teeth as he slithered from the booth to retrieve his blade. I used to be dazzling with a throwing knife, you know. Beautiful women used to hang from my every word. Glockter sucked at his own empty gums. Times change. So I hear. All kinds of changes. New rulers mean new worries. Worries mean business for people in my trade. It might be that I will have a use for your particular talents before too long. I cannot say that I would turn you down. Koska tipped his bottle up and stuck his tongue into the neck, licking out the last trickle. My purse is empty as a dry well. So empty, in fact, that I don't even have a purse. There, at least, I am able to assist. Glockter checked that they were not observed, then tossed something across the rough tabletop and watched it bounce with a click and spin to a halt in front of Koska. The mercenary picked it up between finger and thumb, held it to the candle flame, and stared at it through one bloodshot eye. This seems to be a diamond. Consider yourself on retainer. I dare say you could find some like-minded men to assist you. Some reliable men who tell no tales and ask no questions. Some good men to help out. Some bad men, do you mean? Glockter grinned, displaying the gaps in his teeth. Well, I suppose that all depends on whether you're the employer or you're the job. I suppose it does at that. Koska let his empty bottle drop to the ill-formed floorboards. And what is the job, Superior? For now, just wait and stay out of sight. He leaned from the booth with a wince and snapped his fingers at a surly serving girl. Another bottle of what my friend is drinking. And later? I'm sure I can find something for you to do. He shuffled painfully forward in his chair to whisper, Between you and me, I heard a rumor that the Gurkish are coming. Koska winced. Them again? Must we? Those bastards don't play by the rules. God and righteousness and belief. He shuddered. Makes me nervous. Well, whoever it is banging on the door, I'm sure I can organize a heroic last stand against the odds without hope of relief. I am not lacking for enemies, after all. The mercenary's eyes glinted as the girl thumped a full bottle down on the warped table before him. Ah, lost causes. My favorite. Chapter 20. The Habit of Command. West sat in the Lord Marshal's tent and stared hopelessly into space. For the past year, he had scarcely had an idle moment. Now, suddenly, there was nothing for him to do but wait. He kept expecting to see Burr push through the flap and walk to the maps, his fists clenched behind him. He kept expecting to feel his reassuring presence around the camp, to hear his booming voice call the wayward officers to order. But of course he would not. Not now, and not ever again. On the left sat General Croy's staff, solemn and sinister in their black uniforms, as rigidly pressed as ever. On the right lounged Polder's men, top buttons carelessly undone in an open affront to their opposite numbers, as puffed up as peacocks displaying their tail feathers. The two great generals themselves eyed each other with all the suspicion of rival armies across a battlefield, awaiting the edict that would raise one of them to the closed council and the heights of power and dash the other's hopes forever. The edict that would name the new King of the Union and his new Lord Marshal. It was to be Polder or Croy, of course, and both anticipated their final glorious victory over the other. In the meantime, the army, and West in particular, sat paralyzed, powerless. Far to the north, the Dogman and his companions, who had saved West's life in the wilderness more times than he could remember, were no doubt fighting for survival, watching desperately for help that would never come. For West, the entire business was very much like being at his own funeral, and one attended chiefly by sneering, grinning, posturing enemies. It was to be Polder or Croy, and whichever one it was, he was doomed. Polder hated him with a flaming passion, Croy with an icy scorn. The only fall swifter and more complete than his own would be that of Polder or of Croy, whichever of them was finally overlooked by the closed council. There was a dim commotion outside, and heads turned keenly to look. There was a scuffle of feet up to the tent, and several officers rose anxiously from their chairs. The flap was torn aside, and the Knight Herald finally burst jingling through it. He was immensely tall, the wings on his helmet almost poking a hole in the tent ceiling as he straightened up. He had a leather case over one armored shoulder, stamped with the golden sun of the Union. West stared at it, holding his breath.
"Present your message,"
urged Croy, holding out his hand.
"Present it to me,"
snapped Polder. The two men jostled each other with scant dignity, while the Knight Herald frowned down at them, impassive.
"Is Colonel West in attendance?"
he demanded in a booming bass. Every eye, and most especially those of Polder and Croy, swiveled round. West found himself rising hesitantly from his chair. I am West." The Knight Herald stepped carelessly around General Croy and advanced on West, spurs rattling. He opened his dispatch case, pulled out a roll of parchment and held it up.
"On the King's orders."
The final irony of West's unpredictable career, it seemed, was that he would be the one to announce the name of the man who would dismiss him in dishonor moments later. But if he was to fall on his sword, delay would only increase the pain. He took the scroll from the knight's gauntleted hand and broke the heavy seal. He unrolled it halfway, a block of flowing script coming into view. The room held its breath as he began to read. West gave vent to a disbelieving giggle. Even with the tent as tense as a courtroom waiting for judgment, he could not help himself. He had to go over the first section twice more before he came close to taking it in.
"What is amusing?"
demanded Croy. "The Open Council has elected Giselle Dan Luther as the new King of the Union, henceforth known as Giselle the First." West had to stifle more laughter, even though, if it was a joke, it was not a funny one. "Luther?" someone asked. "Who the hell is Luther? That boy who won the contest?" It was all, somehow, awfully appropriate. Giselle had always behaved as though he was better than everyone else. Now it seemed he was. But all of that, momentous though it might have been, was a side issue here.
"Who is the new Lord Marshal?"
growled Croy, and the two staffs shuffled forward, all on their feet now, forming a half-circle of expectation. West took a deep breath, gathered himself like a child preparing to plunge into an icy pool. He pulled the scroll open, and his eyes scanned quickly over the lower block of writing. He frowned. Neither Polder's name nor Croy's appeared anywhere. He read it again more carefully. His knees felt suddenly very weak.
Who does it name? Polder nearly shrieked.
West opened his mouth, but he could not find the words. He held the letter out, and Polder snatched it from his hand, while Croy struggled unsuccessfully to look over his shoulder.
No,
breathed Polder, evidently having reached the end. Croy wrestled the dispatch away, and his eyes flickered over it.
this must be a mistake.
But the Night Herald did not think so.
The closed council are not in the habit of making mistakes. You have the king's orders.
He turned to West and bowed.
My Lord Marshal, I bid you farewell.
The army's best and brightest all gawped at West, jaws dangling.
Yes,
He managed to stammer.
yes, of course.
An hour later, the tent was empty. West sat alone at Burr's writing desk, nervously arranging and rearranging the pen, ink, paper, and most of all, the large letter he had just sealed with a blob of red wax. He frowned down at it, and up at the maps on the boards, and back down at his hands, sitting idle on the scarred leather, and he tried to understand what the hell had happened. As far as he could tell, he had been suddenly elevated to one of the highest positions in the Union. Lord Marshal West. With the possible exception of Bethod himself, he was the most powerful man on this side of the Circle Sea. Polder and Croy would be obliged to call him Sir. He had a chair on the closed council. Him, Colum West, a commoner who had been scorned and bullied and patronized his entire life. How could it possibly have happened? Not through merit, certainly. Not through any action or inaction on his part. Through pure chance. A chance friendship with a man who, in many ways, he did not particularly like, and had certainly never expected to do him any favors. A man who, in a stroke of fortune that could only be described as a miracle, had now ascended to the throne of the Union. His disbelieving laughter was short-lived. A most unpleasant image was forming in his head. Prince Ladislas, lying somewhere in the wilderness with his head broken open, half naked and unburied. West swallowed. If it had not been for him, Ladislas would now be king, and he would be swabbing latrines instead of preparing to take command of the army. His head was starting to hurt, and he rubbed uncomfortably at his temples. Perhaps he had played a crucial part in his own advancement after all. The tent flap rustled as Pike came through with his burned-out ruin of a grin. "General Croy is here." Let him sweat a moment. But it was West who was sweating. He wiped his moist palms together and tugged the jacket of his uniform smooth, his colonel's insignia but recently cut from the shoulders. He had to appear to be in complete and effortless control, just as Marshal Burr had always done. Just as Marshal Verruz had used to, out in the dry wastelands of Gurkle. He had to squash Polder and Croy while he had the chance. If he did not do it now, he would be forever at their mercy. A piece of meat torn between two furious dogs. He reluctantly picked up the letter and held it out to Pike. "Could we not just hang the pair of them, sir?" asked the convict as he took it. "If only. But we cannot do without them, however troublesome they may be. A new king, a new Lord Marshal, both men that, by and large, no one has ever heard of. The soldiers need leaders they know." He took a long breath through his nose, puffing out his chest. Each man had to do his part, and that was all. He let it hiss out. "Show in General Croy, please." "Yes, sir." Pike held the tent flap open and roared out, "General Croy!" Croy's black uniform, chased about the collar with embroidered golden leaves, was so heavily starched that it was a surprise he could move at all. He drew himself up and stood to vibrating attention, eyes fixed on the middle distance. His salute was impeccable, every part of his body in regulation position,
And yet he somehow managed to make his contempt and disappointment plain to see.
May I first offer my congratulations?
He grated.
Lord Marshal.
Thank you, General. Graciously said.
A considerable promotion for one so young, so inexperienced.
I have been a professional soldier some dozen years and fought in 2 wars and several battles. It would seem His Majesty the King deems me sufficiently seasoned. Croy cleared his throat.
Of course, Lord Marshal. But you are new to high command. In my opinion, you would be wise to seek the assistance of a more experienced man.
I agree with you, absolutely. Croy lifted one eyebrow a fraction.
I am glad to hear that.
That man should, without the slightest doubt, be General Polder. To give him credit, Croy's face did not move. A small squeak issued from his nose, the only indication of what, West did not doubt, was his boundless dismay. He had been hurt when he arrived. Now he was reeling. The very best time to plunge the blade into the hilt. I have always been a great admirer of General Polder's approach to soldiering, his dash, his vigor. He is, to my mind, the very definition of what an officer should be.
Quite so,
hissed Croy through gritted teeth. I am taking his advice in a number of areas. There is only one major issue upon which we differed.
Indeed.
You, General Croy. Croy's face had assumed the color of a plucked chicken, the trace of scorn replaced quick time by a definite tinge of horror. Polder was of the opinion that you should be dismissed immediately. I was for giving you one more chance. Sergeant Pike?
Sir.
The ex-convict stepped forward smartly and held out the letter. West took it from him and displayed it to the General. This is a letter to the King. I begin by reminding him of the happy years we served together in Adua. I go on to lay out in detail the reasons for your immediate dismissal in dishonor. Your unrepentant stubbornness, General Croy. Your tendency to steal the credit. Your bloodless inflexibility. Your insubordinate reluctance to work with other officers. If it was possible for Croy's face to grow yet more drawn and pale, it did so, steadily, as he stared at the folded paper. I earnestly hope that I will never have to send it. But I will, at the slightest provocation to myself or to General Polder. Am I understood? Croy appeared to grope for words.
Perfectly understood,
he croaked in the end.
My Lord Marshal.
Excellent. We're extremely tardy in setting off for our rendezvous with our northern allies, and I hate to arrive late to a meeting. You will transfer your cavalry to my command for now. I will be taking them north with General Polder in pursuit of Bethod.
And I, sir?
A few Northmen still remain on the hills above us. It will be your task to sweep them away and clear the road to Carleon, giving our enemies the impression that our main body has not moved north. Succeed in that, and I may be willing to trust you with more. You will make the arrangements before first light. Croy opened his mouth as though about to complain at the impossibility of the request. You have something to add? The General quickly thought better of it.
No, sir. Before first light, of course.
He even managed to force his face into a shape vaguely resembling a smile. West did not have to try too hard to smile back. I'm glad you're embracing this chance to redeem yourself, General. You're dismissed. Croy snapped to attention once more, spun on his heel, caught his leg up with his saber, and stumbled from the tent in some disarray. A long breath. His head was pounding. He wanted nothing more than to lie down for a few moments, but there was no time. He tugged the jacket of his uniform smooth again. If he had survived that nightmare journey north through the snow, he could survive this. Send in General Polder. Polder swaggered into the tent as though he owned the place and stood to slapdash attention, his salute as flamboyant as Croy's had been rigid.
Lord Marshal West,
I would like to extend to you my earnest congratulations on your unexpected advancement." He grinned unconvincingly, but West did not join him. He sat there, frowning up at Polder as if he was a problem that he was considering a harsh solution to. He sat there for some time, saying nothing. The General's eyes began to dart nervously around the tent. He gave an apologetic cough. "Might I ask, Lord Marshal, what you had to discuss with General Croy?" "Why, all manner of things." West kept his face stony hard. "My respect for General Croy on all matters military is boundless. We are much alike, he and I. His precision, his attention to detail. He is, to my mind, the very definition of what a soldier should be." "He is a most accomplished officer," Polder managed to hiss. "He is. I have been elevated with great rapidity to my position, and I feel I need a senior man, a man with a wealth of experience, to act as a mentor, if you will, now that Marshal Burr is gone. General Croy has been good enough to agree to serve in that capacity." "Has he, indeed?" A sheen of sweat was forming across Polder's forehead. "He has made a number of excellent suggestions, which I'm already putting into practice. There was only one issue on which we could not agree." He steepled his fingers on the desk before him and looked sternly at Polder over the top of them. "You were that issue, General Polder. You." "I, Lord Marshal?" "Croy pressed for your immediate dismissal." Polder's fleshy face was rapidly turning pink. "But I have decided to extend to you one final opportunity." West picked up the very same paper that he had displayed to Croy. "This is a letter to the king. I begin by thanking him for my promotion, by inquiring after his health, by reminding him of our close personal friendship. I go on to lay out in detail the reasons for your immediate cashiering in disgrace. Your unbecoming arrogance, General Polder. Your tendency to steal the credit. Your reluctance to obey orders. Your stubborn inability to work with other officers. I earnestly hope that I will never have to send it. But I will, at the slightest provocation. The slightest provocation to myself or to General Croy. Am I understood?" Polder swallowed, sweat glistening all over his ruddy face. "You are, my Lord Marshal." "Good. I'm trusting General Croy to seize control of the hills between us and Carleon. Until you prove yourself worthy of a separate command, you will stay with me. I want your division ready to move north before first light, and the swiftest units to the fore. Our northern allies are relying on us, and I do not mean to let them down. At first light, General, and with the greatest speed." "The greatest speed, of course. You can rely on me, sir." "I hope so, in spite of my reservations. Every man must do his part, General Polder. Every man." Polder blinked and worked his mouth, half turned to leave, remembered belatedly to salute, then strode from the tent. West watched the flap moving ever so gently in the wind outside. Then he sighed, crumpled the letter up in his hand, and tossed it away into the corner. It was nothing but a blank sheet of paper, after all. Pike raised one pink, mostly hairless brow. "Sweetly done, sir, if I may say. Even in the camps, I never saw better lying." "Thank you, Sergeant. Now that I begin, I find I warm to the work. My father always warned me against untruths, but between you and me, the man was a shit, a coward, and a failure. If he was here now, I'd spit in his face." West rose and walked to the largest scale of the maps, stood before it, his hands clasped behind his back, in just the way that Marshal Burr would have done, he realized. He examined the dirty finger smudge in the mountains, where Crummocky Vale had indicated the position of his fortress. He traced the route to the Union Army's own current position far to the south and frowned. It was hard to believe that a Union cartographer could ever have come close to surveying that terrain in person, and the flamboyant shapes of the hills and rivers had an undoubted flavor of make-believe about them. "How long do you think it will take to get there, sir?" asked Pike. "Possible to say. Even if they got started immediately, which was unlikely. Even if Polder did as he was told, which was doubly so. Even if the map was halfway accurate, which he knew it was not." He shook his head grimly. "Impossible to say." Chapter 21. The first day. The eastern sky was just catching fire. Long strips of pink cloud and long strips of black cloud were stretched out across the pale blue, the hazy grey shapes of mountains notched and jagged as a butcher's knife underneath. The western sky was a mass of dark iron still, cold and comfortless.
Nice day for it,
said Crummock. Aye, but Logan wasn't sure there was any such a thing.
Well, if Bathard don't show, we get nothing killed at all. At least you lot will have done wonders for my wall, eh?
It was amazing how well and how fast a man could patch a wall when it was the pile of stones that might save his own life. A few short days, and they had the whole stretch of it built up and mortared, most of the ivy cut away. From inside the fort, where the ground was that much higher, it didn't look too fearsome. From outside, it was 3 times the height of a tall man up to the walkway. They'd new-made the parapet neck-high at the top, with plenty of good slots for shooting and throwing rocks from. Then they dug out a decent ditch in front and lined it with sharp stakes. They were still digging over on the left where the wall met the cliff and it was easiest to climb over. That was Dow's stretch, and Logan could hear him shouting at his boys over the sound of shovels. "Get digging, you lazy fucks! I'll not be killed for your lack of work! Put your back into it, you bastards!" And so on all day long. One way of getting work out of a man, Logan reckoned. They dug the ditch out especially deep right in front of the old gate. A nice reminder to everyone that there were no plans to leave. But it was still the weakest spot, and there was no missing it. That was where Logan would be if Bethod came. Right in the middle, on Shiver's stretch of wall. He was standing above the archway now, not far from Logan and Crummock, his long hair flapping about in the breeze, pointing out some cracks that still needed mortaring. "Wall's looking good," Logan shouted at him. Shivers looked round, worked his mouth, then spat over his shoulder. "Aye," he growled and turned away. Crummock leaned close.
If it comes to a battle, you'll have to watch your back with that one, bloody nine.
"I reckon so." The middle of a fight was a good place to settle a score with a man on your own side. No one ever checked too carefully if the corpses got it in the back or the front once the fighting was done. Everyone too busy crying at their cuts, or digging, or running away. Logan gave the big hillman a long stare. "I'll have a lot of men to watch if it comes to a battle. We ain't so very friendly that you won't be one of them."
Likewise,
said Crummock, grinning all the way across his big bearded face.
We both got a reputation for being none too picky who gets killed once the killing starts. But that's no bad thing. Too much trust makes men sloppy.
Too much trust. It had been a while since Logan had too much of anything except enemies. He jerked his thumb towards the tower. "I'm going up. Check if they've seen anything."
I hope they have,
said Crummock, rubbing his fat palms together.
I hope that bastard comes today.
Logan hopped down from the wall and walked out across the fort, if you could call it that, past Carls and hillmen, sat in groups eating or talking or cleaning weapons. A few who'd been on guard through the night, wrapped up in blankets, asleep. He passed the pen where the sheep were huddled together, a good deal fewer than there had been. He passed the makeshift forge set up near the stone shed, a couple of soot-smeared men working a bellows, another pouring metal into molds for arrowheads. They'd need a damn lot of arrowheads if Bethod came calling. He came to the narrow steps cut into the rock face and took them two at a time, up above the fort to the top of the tower. There was a big pile of rocks for throwing up there, on that shelf on the mountainside, and 6 big barrels wedged full of shafts. The pick of the archers stood at the new mortared parapets, the men with the best eyes and the best ears, keeping watch for Bethod. Logan saw the dogman in amongst the rest, with Grim on one side of him and Tull on the other. "Chief?" It still made Logan smile to say it. A long time they'd done things the other way around, but it worked a lot better like this, to his mind. At least no one was scared all the time. Not of their own chief, anyway. "See anything?" The dogman grinned round and offered him out a flask. "A lot, as it goes." "Huh?" said Grim. The sun was getting up above the mountains now, slitting the clouds with bright lines, eating into the shadows across the hard land, burning away the dawn haze. The great fells loomed up bold and careless on either side, smeared with yellow-green grass and fern on the slopes, strips of bare rock breaking through the brown summits. Below, the bare valley was quiet and still, spotted with thorn bushes and clumps of stunted trees, creased with the paths of dried-out streams. Just as empty as it had been the day before, and the day before that, and ever since they'd got there. It reminded Logan of his youth, climbing up in the high places alone, days at a time, testing himself against the mountains. Before his was a name that anyone had heard of. Before he married or had children, and before his wife and his children went back to the mud. The happy valleys of the past. He sucked in a long, cold breath of the high air, and he blew it out. "It's quite a spot for a view, all right. But I meant, have we seen anything of our old friend?" "You mean Bethod, the right royal king of the Northmen?" "No, no sign of him. Not a hair." Tull shook his big head. "Would have expected there to be some sign by now, if he was coming." Logan sloshed some water round his mouth and spat it out over the side of the tower, watched it splatter on the rocks way down below. "Maybe he won't fall for it." He could see the happy side of Bethod not coming. Vengeance is a nice enough notion at a distance, but the getting of it close up isn't so very pretty, especially when you're outnumbered 10-1 with nowhere to run to. "Maybe he won't at that," said Dogman, wistful. "How's the wall?" "All right, long as they don't bring such a thing as a ladder with them." "How long do you reckon we wait before we—" grunted Grim, his long finger pointing down into the valley. Logan saw a flicker of movement down there. And again. He swallowed. A couple of men, maybe, creeping through the boulders like beetles through gravel. He felt the men tense up all around him, heard them muttering. "Shit," he hissed. He looked sideways at the dogman, and the dogman looked back. "Seems like Crummock's plan worked. Seems that way, far as getting Bethod to follow us, at least. Aye, the rest is the tricky bit. The bit that was more than likely to get them all killed. But Logan knew they were all thinking it without him saying a word. "Now we just hope that the Union keeps their end of the deal," said Dogman. "We hope." Logan tried to smile, but it didn't come out too good. Hoping had never turned out that well for him. Once they'd started coming, the valley had filled up quick, right in front of Dogman's eyes. Nice and clean, just the way Bethod had always done things. The standards were set out between the two rock faces, 3 times a good bowshot distant, and the carls and the thralls were pressed in tight around them, all looking up towards their wall. The sun was getting up high in a blue sky, with just a few shreds of cloud to cast a shadow, and all that weight of steel flashed and sparked like the sea under the moon. Their signs were all there, all Bethod's best from way back. Whitesides, Goring, Pale as Snow, Littlebone. Then there were others, sharp and ragged marks from out past the Crinner. Wild men made dark and bloody deals with Bethod. Dogman could hear them whooping and calling to each other, strange sounds like animals might make in the forest. Quite a gathering, all in all, and the Dogman could smell the fear and the doubt thick as soup up on the wall. A lot of weapons being fingered, a lot of lips being chewed. He did his best to keep his face hard and careless, the way that Three Trees would have done, the way a chief should, however much his own knees wanted to tremble. "How many now, you reckon?" asked Logan. Dogman let his eyes wander over 'em, thinking about it. 8,000, you think? Or 10, maybe? A pause. "That's about what I was thinking." "A lot more than us, anyway," Dogman said, keeping his voice low. "Aye, but fights aren't always won by the bigger numbers." "Course not." Dogman worked his lips as he looked at all them men. "Just mostly." There was plenty going on down there, up at the front, shovels glinting, a ditch and an earth rampart taking shape all across the valley. "Doing some digging of their own," grunted Dow. "Always was thorough, was Bethard," said Dogman. "Taking his time, doing it right." Logan nodded. "Make sure none of us get away." Dogman heard the sound of Crummock's laughter behind him. "Getting away wasn't ever the purpose of this, though, eh?" Bethod's own standard was going up now, near to the back, but still towering over the others. Huge great thing, red circle on black. Dogman frowned at it, flapping in the breeze. He remembered seeing it months ago back in Angland, back when Three Trees had still been alive, and Cathil too. He worked his tongue round his sour mouth. "King of the fucking Northmen," he muttered. A few men came out from the front, where they were digging, started walking up towards the wall. 5 of them, all in good armor, the one at the front with his arms spread out wide. "Join time," muttered Dow, then gobbed down into the ditch. They came up close, the 5, up in front of the patched-up gate, mail coats shining dull in the brightening sun. The first of them had long white hair and one white eye, and weren't too hard to remember. White Eye Hansel. He looked older than he used to, but didn't they all? He'd been the one to ask Three Trees to surrender at Ufrith and been told to piss off. He'd had shit thrown down on him at Hionan. He'd offered duels to Black Dow and to Tulduru and to Harding Grim. Duels against Bethod's champion. Duels against the Bloody Nine. He'd done a lot of talking for Bethod, and he'd told a lot of lies. "That shite-eye Hansel down there," jeered Black Dow at him. "Still sucking on Bethod's cock, are ya?" The old warrior grinned up at them. "Man's got to feed his family somehow, don't he? And one cock tastes pretty much like another, if you ask me. Don't pretend like your mouths ain't all tasted salty enough before." He had some kind of point there, the Dogman had to admit. They'd all fought for Bethod themselves, after all. "What are you after, Hansel?" he shouted. "Bethod want to surrender to us, does he?" "You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Outnumbered like he is. But that's not why I'm here. He's ready to fight, just like always. But I'm more of a talker than a fighter, and I talked him into giving you all a chance. I got 2 sons down there, in with the rest, and call me selfish, but I'd rather not have 'em in harm's way. I'm hoping we can maybe talk our way clear of this." "Don't seem too likely," shouted Dogman. "But give it a go if you must. I got nothing else pressing on today." "Here's the thing, then. Bethod don't particularly want to waste time and sweat and blood on climbing your little shit pile of a wall. He's got business with the Southerners he wants to get settled. It's scarcely worth the breath of pointing out the bastard of a fix you're in. We've got the numbers more than 10 to 1, I reckon. Much more, and you've no way out. Bethod says any man wants to give up now can go in peace. All he has to do is give over his weapons. And his head soon afterwards, eh? Barked Dow. Hansel took a big breath in, like he hardly expected to be believed. Bethod says any man wants to can go free. That's his word. Fuck his word, Dow sneered at him, and down the walls men jeered and spat their support. Do you think we ain't all seen him break it 10 times before? I done shit's worth more. Lies, of course, chuckled Crummock. But it's traditional, no? To get a bit of lying done before we get started on the hard work. You'd feel insulted if he didn't give it some kind of a try at least. Any man, is it? He called down. What about Crummocky Fail? Can he go free? What about the Bloody Nine? Hansel's face sagged at the name. It's true, then. 9 Fingers is up there, is he? Dogman felt Logan come up beside and show himself on the wall. White Eye turned pale, and his shoulders slumped. Well, Dogman heard him saying quiet. It has to be blood, then. Logan leaned lazily on the parapet, and he gave Hansel and his carls a look. That hungry, empty look, like he was picking which one of a herd of sheep to slaughter first. You can tell Bethod we'll come out. He left a pause. Once we've killed the fucking lot of you. A ripple of laughter went down the walls, and men jeered and shook their weapons in the air. Not funny words particularly, but hard ones, which was what they all needed to hear, Dogman reckoned. Good way to get rid of their fear for a moment. He even managed half a smile himself. White Eye just stood there in front of their rickety gate, and he waited for the boys to go quiet. I heard you was chief of this crowd now, Dogman, so you don't have to take your orders from this blood-mad butcher no more. That your answer as well? That the way it is? Dogman shrugged. Just what other way did you think it'd be? We didn't come here to talk, Hansel. You can piss off back now. Some more laughter and some more cheers, and one lad down at Shiver's end of the wall pulled his trousers down and stuck his bare ass over the parapet. So that was that for the negotiations. White Eye shook his head. All right, then. I'll tell him. Back to the mud with a lot of you, I reckon, and well earned. You can tell the dead I tried when you meet 'em. He started picking his way back down the valley, the 4 carls behind him. Logan loomed forward all of a sudden. I'll be looking for your sons, Hansel, he screamed, spit flying out his snarling, grinning mouth and away into the wind. When the work begins, you can tell Bethod I'm waiting. Tell him all. I'll be waiting. A strange stillness fell on the wall and the men upon it, on the valley and the men within it. That kind of stillness that comes sometimes before a battle, when both sides know what to expect. The same stillness that Logan had felt at Carlion, before he drew his sword and roared for the charge, before he lost his finger, before he was the Bloody Nine, long ago, when things were simpler. Bethod's ditch was deep enough for him, and the thralls had put away their shovels and moved behind it. The Dogman had climbed the steps back to the tower, no doubt taken up his bow beside Grim and Tull, and was waiting. Crummock was behind the wall with his hillmen, lined up fierce and ready. Dow was with his lads on the left. Red Hat was with his boys on the right. Shivers wasn't far from Logan. Both of them stood above the gate, waiting. The standards down in the valley flapped and rustled gently in the wind. A hammer clanged once, twice, 3 times in the fortress behind them. A bird called high above. A man whispered somewhere, then was still. Logan closed his eyes and tipped his face back, and he felt the hot sun and the cool breeze of the high places on his skin. All as quiet as if he'd been alone, and there were no 10,000 men about him eager to set to killing one another. So still and calm, he almost smiled. Was this what life would have been if he'd never held a blade? For the length of 3 breaths or so, Logan Ninefingers was a man of peace. Then he heard the sound of men moving, and he opened his eyes. Bethod's carls shuffled to the sides of the valley, rank after rank of them, with a crunching of feet and a rattling of gear. They left a rocky path, an open space through their midst. Out of that gap, black shapes came, swarming over the ditch like angry ants from a broken nest, boiling up the slope towards the wall in a formless mass of twisted limbs and snarling mouths and scraping claws. Shanka, and even Logan had never seen half so many in one place. The valley crawled with them, a gibbering, clattering, squawking infestation. "By the fucking dead," someone whispered. Logan wondered if he should shout something to the men on the walls around him, if he should cry, "Steady," or "Hold," something to help put some heart in his lads, the way a leader was meant to. But what would have been the point? Every one of them had fought before and knew his business. Every one of them knew that it was fight or die, and there was no better spur to a man's courage than that. So Logan gritted his teeth, and he curled his fingers tight round the cold grip of the Maker's sword, and he slid the dull metal from its scarred sheath, and he watched the Flatheads come. 100 strides away now, maybe, the front runners, and coming on fast. "Ready your bows!" roared Logan. "Bows!" echoed Shivers. "Arrows!" came Dow's harsh scream from down the wall, and Red Hat's bellow from the other side. All around Logan, the bows creaked as they were drawn, men taking their aim, jaws clenched, faces grim and dirty. The Flatheads came on, heedless, teeth shining, tongues lolling, bitter eyes bright with hate. Soon now, very soon. Logan spun the grip of the sword round in his hand. "Soon," he whispered. "Start fucking shooting, then!" And the dogman loosed his shaft into the crowd of Shanka. Strings buzzed all round him, and the first volley went hissing down. Arrows missed their marks, bounced off rock and spun away. Arrows found their marks and brought Flatheads squealing down in a tangle of black limbs. Men reached for more, calm and solid, the best archers in the whole crew, and knowing it. Bows clicked and shafts twittered, and Shanka died down in the valley, and the archers took aim, nice and easy, loosing 'em off and on to the next. Dogman heard the order from down below, and he saw the twitch and flicker of shafts flying from the walls. More Flatheads dropped, thrashing and struggling in the dirt. "Easy as squashing ants in a bowl!" someone shouted. "Aye," growled the dogman. "Except ants won't climb up out of that bowl and cut your fucking head off. Less talk and more arrows." He watched the first Shanka come up to their fresh-dug ditch, start floundering in, trying to drag the stakes down, scrabbling about at the bottom of the wall. Tull heaved a great stone up over his head, leaned out and flung it spinning down with a roar. Dogman saw it crash into a Shanka's head below in the ditch and dash its brains out, red against the rocks. Saw it bounce and tumble into others, send a couple reeling. More fell, screeching as shafts flitted down into them, but there were plenty behind, sliding into the ditch, swarming over each other. They crushed up to the wall, spreading out down its length, a few of them hurling spears up at the men on top or shooting clumsy arrows. Now they were starting to climb, claws digging into pitted stone, hauling themselves up and up, slow across most of the wall and getting torn off by rocks and arrows from above.
Quicker on the far side, over on the left, furthest from the dogman and his boys, where Black Dow had the watch. Even quicker round the gate, where there was still some ivy stuck to the stone. "Damn it, but those bastards can climb!" hissed the dogman, fumbling out his next shaft. "Huh?" grunted Grim. The shanker's hand slapped down on the top of the parapet, a twisted claw scratching at the stones. Logan watched the arm come after, bent and ugly, patched with thick hair and squirming with thick sinew. Now came the flattened top of its bald head, a hulking lump of heavy brow, great jaw yawning wide, sharp teeth slick with spit. The deep-set eyes met his. Logan's sword split its skull down to its flat stub of nose and popped one eye from its socket. Men shot arrows and ducked down as arrows bounced from stone. A spear went twittering past over Logan's head. Down below, he could hear the shankers scratching and tearing at the gates, beating at them with clubs and hammers, could hear them shrieking with rage. Shanker hissed and squawked as they tried to pull themselves over the parapet, and men hacked at them with sword and axe, poked them off the wall with spears. He could hear Shivers roaring, "Get 'em away from the gate! Away from the gate!" Men bellowed curses. One Carl, who'd been leaning out over the parapet, fell back, coughing. He had a shanker's spear through him just under his shoulder, the point making the shirt stick right up off his back. He blinked down at the warped shaft, opened his mouth to say something. He groaned, took a couple of wobbling steps, and the big flathead started dragging itself over the parapet behind him, its arms stretched out on the stone. The Maker's sword chopped deep into it, just below the elbow, spattering sticky spots across Logan's face. The blade caught stone and made his hand sing, sent him stumbling long enough for the shanker to drag itself over, its flopping arm only just held on by a flap of skin and sinew, dark blood pooling out in long spurts. It came for Logan with its other claw, but he caught its wrist, kicked its knee sideways and brought it down. Before it could get up, he chopped a long gash out of its back, splinters of white bone showing in the great wound. It thrashed and struggled, splattering blood around, and Logan caught it tight under the throat, heaved it back over the wall, and flung it off. It fell and crashed into another just starting to climb. Both of them went sprawling in the ditch, one scrabbling around with a broken stake in its throat. A young lad stood there, gawping, bow hanging limp from his hand. "Did I tell you to stop fucking shooting?" Logan roared at him, and he blinked and knocked a shaft with a trembling hand, hurried back to the parapet. There were men everywhere, fighting and shouting, shooting arrows and swinging blades. He saw 3 Carls stabbing at a flathead with their spears. He saw Shivers plant a blow in the small of another's back, blood leaping in the air in dark streaks. He saw a man smash a flathead in the face with his shield, just as it got to the top of the wall, and knock it into the empty air. Logan slashed at a shanker's hand, slipped in some blood, and fell on his side, nearly stabbed himself. He crawled a stride or two and fumbled his way up. He hacked a shanker's arm off that was already spitted, thrashing on a Carl's spear, chopped halfway through another's neck as it showed itself over the parapet. He lurched after it and stared over. One shanker was still on the wall, and Logan was just pointing to it when an arrow from off the tower took it in the back. It crashed down into the ditch, stuck on a stake. The ones round the gate were all done, crushed with rocks and bristling with broken arrows. That was it for the centre, and Red Hat's side was already clear. Over on the left, there were still a few up on the walls, but Dow's boys were getting well on top of them now. Even as Logan watched, he saw a couple flung down bloody into the ditch. In the valley, they started wavering, edging away, squeaking and shrieking, arrows still falling among them from the dogman's archers. Seemed that even Shanker could have enough. They started to turn, to scuttle back towards Bethod's ditch. "We done 'em!" someone bellowed, and then everyone was cheering and screaming. The boy with the bow was waving it over his head now, grinning like he'd beaten Bethod all by himself. Logan didn't celebrate.
He frowned out at the great crowd of carles beyond the ditch, the standards of Bethod's host flapping over them in the breeze. Brief and bloody that one might have been, but the next time they came, it was likely to be a lot less brief and a lot more bloody. He made his aching fist uncurl from round the Maker's sword, leaned it up against the parapet, and he pressed one hand with the other to stop them shaking. He took a long breath. "Still alive," he whispered. Logan sat sharpening his knives, the firelight flashing on the blades as he turned them this way and that, stroking them with the whetstone, licking his fingertip and wiping a smudge away, getting them nice and clean. You could never have too many, and that was a fact. He grinned as he remembered what Pharaoh's answer to that had been, unless you fall into a river and drown for all that weight of iron. He wondered for an idle moment if he'd ever see her again, but it didn't look likely. You have to be realistic, after all, and getting through tomorrow seemed like quite the ambition. Grim sat opposite, trimming some straight sticks to use as arrow shafts. There'd still been the slightest glimmer of dusk in the sky when they'd sat down together. Now it was dark as pitch, but for the dusty stars, and neither one of them had said a word the whole time. That was Harding Grim for you, and it suited Logan well enough. A comfortable silence was much preferable to a worrisome conversation, but nothing lasts forever. The sound of angry footsteps came out of the darkness, and Black Dow stalked up to the fire, Tull and Crummock just behind him. He had a frown on his face, black enough to have earned his name, and a dirty bandage round his forearm, a long streak of dark blood dried into it. "Pick up a cut, did you?" asked Logan. "Ah!" Dow dropped down beside the fire. "Nothing but a scratch. Fucking flatheads. I'll burn a lot of them." "How about the rest of you?" Tull grinned. "My palms are terrible chafed from hefting rocks, but I'm a tough bastard. I'll live through it."
"And I still find myself miserably idle," said Crummock, "with my children looking to my weapons and cutting arrows from the dead. Good work for children, that. Gets them comfortable round the corpse. The moon's keen to see me fight, though, so she is, and so am I." Logan sucked at his teeth. "You'll get your chance, Crummock. I'd not worry about that. Bethod's got plenty for everyone, I reckon." "I never seen flatheads come on like that," Dow was musing. "Right at a well-manned wall with no ladders, no tools. It ain't too clever, your flathead, but it ain't stupid either. They like ambushes. They like cover and hiding and creeping around. They can be mad fearless when they have to be, but to come on like that by choice, not natural." Crummock chuckled, a great raspy rumbling. "Shanker fighting for one set of men against another ain't natural either. These aren't natural times. Might be Bethod's witch has worked some charm to get 'em all stirred up. Cooked herself a chant and a ritual to fill those things with hate of us. Dance naked round a green fire and all the rest, I don't doubt," said Tull. "The moon will see us right, my friends. Don't worry yourself on that score."
Crummock rattled the bones around his neck.
"The moon loves us all, and we cannot die while there's—"
"Tell it to those as went back to the mud today." Logan jerked his head over towards the fresh-dug graves at the back of the fortress. There was no seeing them in the darkness, but they were there. A score or so long humps of turned and pressed down earth. But the big hillman only smiled.
"I'd call them the happy ones, though, wouldn't you? At least they all get their own beds, don't they? We'll be lucky if we don't go in pits for a dozen each. Once the work gets hot, there'll be nowhere for the living to sleep otherwise. Pits for a score. Don't tell me you ain't seen that before, or dug the holes your own sweet self."
Logan got up. "Maybe I have, but I didn't like it any."
"Course you did,"
Crummock roared after him.
"Don't give me that bloody nine."
Logan didn't look back. There were torches set on the wall every 10 paces or so, bright flames in the darkness, white specks of insects floating around them. Men stood in their light, leaning on their spears, bows clenched in their hands, swords drawn, watching the night for surprises. Bethod had always loved surprises, and Logan reckoned they'd have some before they were through, one way or another. He came up to the parapet and set his hands on the clammy stone, frowned down at the fires burning in the blackness of the valley. Bethod's fires, far away in the dark, and their own ones, bonfires built up and lit just below the wall to try and catch any clever bastards trying to sneak up. They cast flickering circles across the shadowy rocks, with here or there the twisted corpse of a flathead hacked and flung from the wall or stuck with arrows. Logan felt someone move behind him, and his back prickled, eyes sliding to the corners. Shivers, maybe, come to settle their score and shove him off the wall. Shivers, or one of 100 others with some grudge that Logan had forgotten, but they never would. He made sure his hand was close to a blade, and he bared his teeth, and he made ready to spin and strike. "We did good today, though, eh?" said the dogman. "Lost less than 20. Logan breathed easy again, and he let his hand drop. "We did all right. But Bethod's just getting started. He's prodding to see where we're weakest, see if he can wear us down. He knows that time's the thing, most valuable thing there is in war. A day or two's worth more to him than a load of flatheads. If he can crush us quick, he'll take the losses, I reckon." "Best thing might be to hold out then, eh?" Off in the darkness, far away and echoing, Logan could just hear the clang and clatter of smithing and carpentry. "They're building down there. All the stuff they'll need to climb our wall, fill in our ditch. Lots of ladders and all the rest. He'll take us quick if he can, Bethod, but he'll take us slow if he has to." Dogman nodded. "Well, like I said, best thing to do would be to hold out. If all goes to plan, the Union will be here soon." "They'd better be. Plans have a way of coming apart when you lean on them." Chapter 22. Such Sweet Sorrow. "His Resplendence, the Grand Duke of Austria, desires only the best of relations." Giselle could do little but sit and smile, as he had been sitting and smiling all the whole interminable day. His face and his rump were aching from it. The burbling of the ambassador continued unabated, accompanied by flamboyant hand gestures. Occasionally he would dam the river of blather for a moment so that his translator could render his platitudes into the common tongue. He need scarcely have bothered. "The great city of Austria was always honored to count herself among the closest friends of your illustrious father, King Gustav, and now seeks nothing more than the continuing friendship of the government and people of the Union." Giselle had sat and smiled through the long morning in his bejeweled chair on his high marble dais as the ambassadors of the world came to pay their ingratiating respects. He had sat as the sun rose in the sky and poured mercilessly through the vast windows, glinting on the gilt mouldings that encrusted every inch of wall and ceiling, flashing from the great mirrors and silver candlesticks and grand vases, striking multicolored fire from the tinkling glass beads on the 3 monstrous chandeliers. "The Grand Duke wishes once again to express his brotherly regret at the minor incident last spring, and assures you that nothing of the kind will happen again, provided the soldiers of Westport stay on their side of the border." He had sat through the endless afternoon as the room grew hotter and hotter, squirming as the representatives of the world's great leaders bowed in and scraped out with identical bland congratulations in a dozen different languages. He had sat as the sun went down, and hundreds of candles were lit and hoisted up
twinkling at him from the mirrors, the darkened windows, and the highly polished floor. He sat, smiling and receiving praise from men whose countries he had scarcely even heard of before that endless day began. His resplendence furthermore hopes and trusts that the hostilities between your great nation and the Empire of Gurkul may soon come to an end, and that trade may once more flow freely around the Circle Sea. Both ambassador and translator paused politely for a rare instant, and Giselle managed to stir himself into sluggish speech. "We have a similar hope. Please convey to the Grand Duke our thanks for the wonderful gift." Two lackeys, meanwhile, heaved the huge chest to one side and placed it with the rest of the gaudy rubbish Giselle had accumulated that day. Further Styrian chatter flowed out into the room. "His Resplendence wishes to convey his heartfelt congratulations on your August Majesty's forthcoming marriage to the Princess Therese, the jewel of Talins, surely the greatest beauty alive in all the wide circle of the world." Giselle could only fight to maintain his stretched grin. He had heard the match spoken of as a settled thing so often that day that he had lost the will to correct the misconception, and had in fact almost started to think of himself as engaged. All he cared about was that the audiences should finally be finished with, so he might steal a moment to drown himself in peace. "His Resplendence has further instructed us to wish your August Majesty a long and happy reign," explained the translator, "and many heirs, that your line may continue undiminished in glory." Giselle forced his smile a tooth wider and inclined his head. "I bid you good evening." The Austrian ambassador bowed with a theatrical flourish, sweeping off his enormous hat, its multicolored feathers thrashing with enthusiasm. Then he shuffled backwards, still bent over, across the gleaming floor. He somehow made it out into the corridor without pitching over on his back, and the great doors, festooned with gold leaf, were smoothly shut upon him. Giselle snatched the crown from his head and tossed it onto the cushion beside the throne, rubbing at the chafe marks round his sweaty scalp with one hand, while he tugged his embroidered collar open with the other. Nothing helped. He still felt dizzy, weak, oppressively hot. Hoff was already ingratiating himself onto Giselle's left side. "That was the last of the ambassadors, Your Majesty. Tomorrow will be occupied by the nobility of Midderland. They are eager to pay homage. Lots of homage and little help, I'll be bound." Hoff managed a chuckle of suffocating falseness. "Your Majesty, they have sought audiences from dawn, and we would not wish to offend them by—" "Damn it!" hissed Giselle, jumping up and shaking his legs in a vain effort to unstick his trousers from his sweaty backside. He jerked his crimson sash over his head and flung it away, tore his gilded frock coat open and tried to rip it off, but in the end he got his hand caught in one cuff and had to turn the bloody thing inside out before he could finally get free of it. "Damn it!" He hurled it down on the marble dais with half a mind to stamp it to rags. Then he remembered himself. Hoff had taken a cautious step back and was frowning as if he had discovered his fine new mansion was afflicted with a terrible case of rot. The assorted servants, pages, and knights, both herald and of the body, were all staring studiously ahead, doing their best to imitate statues. Over in the dark corner of the room, Baez was standing. His eyes were sunk in shadow, but his face was stony grim. Giselle blushed like a naughty schoolboy called to account and pressed one hand over his eyes. "A terribly trying day." He hurried down the steps of the dais and out of the audience chamber with his head down. The blaring of a belated and slightly off-key fanfare pursued him down the hallway. So, unfortunately, did the first of the Magi. "That was not gracious," said Baez.
Rare rages render a man frightening. Common ones render him ridiculous.
I apologize, growled Giselle through gritted teeth. The crown is a mighty burden.
A mighty burden and a mighty honor both. We had a discussion, as I recall, about your striving to be worthy of it. The Magus left a significant pause. Perhaps you might strive harder. Giselle rubbed at his aching temples.
I just need a moment to myself is all. Just a moment.
Take all the time you need. But we have business in the morning, Your Majesty. Business we cannot avoid. The nobility of Midderland will not wait to congratulate you. I will see you at dawn, brimful with energy and enthusiasm, I am sure.
Yes, yes,
Giselle snapped over his shoulder. Brimful! He burst out into a small courtyard, surrounded on 3 sides by a shadowy colonnade, and stood still in the cool evening. He shook himself, squeezed his eyes shut, let his head tip back, and took a long, slow breath. A minute alone. He wondered if, aside from pissing or sleeping, it was the first he had been permitted since that day of madness in the Lord's Round. He was the victim, or perhaps the beneficiary, of the most almighty blunder. Somehow, everyone had mistaken him for a king, when he was very clearly a selfish, clueless idiot who had scarcely in his life thought more than a day ahead. Every time someone called him Your Majesty, he felt more of a fraud, and with each moment that passed, he was more guiltily surprised not to have been found out. He wandered across the perfect lawn, giving vent to a long, self-pitying sigh. It caught in his throat. There was a Knight of the Body beside a doorway opposite, standing to attention so rigidly that Giselle had hardly noticed him. He cursed under his breath. Could he not be left alone for 5 minutes together? He frowned as he walked closer. The man seemed somehow familiar. A great big fellow with a shaved head and a noticeable lack of neck. Bremer Dan Gorst!
Your Majesty,
said Gorst, his armor rattling as he clashed his meaty fist against his polished breastplate.
It is a pleasure to see you.
Giselle had disliked the man from the first moment he had laid eyes on him, and being bludgeoned round a fencing circle by him, whether Giselle had won in the end or no, had not improved his opinion of the necklace brute. Now, however, anything resembling a familiar face was like a glass of water in the desert. Giselle actually found himself reaching out and squeezing the man's heavy hand, as though they were old friends, and had to make himself let go of it.
Your Majesty does me too much honor.
Please, you need not call me that. How did you come to be part of the household? I thought that you served with Lord Brock's guard.
That post did not suit me,
said Gorst in his strangely high, piping voice.
I was lucky enough to find a place with the Knights of the Body some months ago, Your Maj.
He cut himself off. An idea slunk into Giselle's head. He looked over his shoulder, but there was no one else nearby. The garden was still as a graveyard, its shadowy arcades as quiet as crypts.
Bremer, I may call you Bremer, may I? I suppose that my king may call me whatever he wishes.
I wonder, could I ask you a favor? Gorst blinked.
Your Majesty has only to ask.
Giselle spun around as he heard the door open. Gorst stepped out into the colonnade with the soft jingle of armor. A cloaked and hooded figure followed him silently. The old excitement was still there as she pushed back her hood and a chink of light from a window above crept across the lower part of her face. He could see the bright curve of her cheek, one side of her mouth, the outline of a nostril, the gleam of her eyes in the shadows, and that was all.
Thank you, Gorst,
said Giselle. You may leave us. The big man thumped his chest and backed through the archway, pulling the door to behind him. Hardly the first time they had met in secret, of course, but things were different now. He wondered if it would end with kisses and soft words between them, or if it would simply end. The start was far from promising.
Your August Majesty,
said Ardy with the very heaviest of irony.
What a towering honor. Should I grovel on my face, or do I curtsy?
However hard her words, the sound of her voice still made the breath catch in his throat.
Curtsy?
He managed to say.
Do you even know how?
In truth, not really. I have not had the training for polite society, and now the lack of it quite crushes me. She stepped forward, frowning into the darkened garden. When I was a girl, in my wildest flights of fancy, I used to dream of being invited to the palace, a guest of the king himself. We would eat fine cakes and drink fine wine, and talk fine talk of important things deep into the night. Ardy pressed her hands to her chest and fluttered her eyelashes. Thank you for making the pitiful dreams of one poor wretch come true, if only for the briefest moment. The other beggars will never believe me when I tell them. We are all more than a little shocked by the turn events have taken.
Oh, we are indeed, Your Majesty.
Giselle flinched. Don't call me that, not you.
What should I call you?
My name. Giselle, that is. The way you used to. Please.
If I must.
You promised me, Giselle. You promised me you would not let me down. I know I did, and I meant to keep my promise, but the fact is... King or not, he fumbled with the words as much as he ever had, then blurted them out in an idiotic spurt. I cannot marry you. I surely would have done, had not... He raised his arms and hopelessly let them drop. Had not all this happened. But it has happened, and there is nothing that I can do. I cannot marry you. Of course not. Her mouth gave a bitter twist. Promises are for children. I never thought it very likely even before, even in my most unrealistic moments. Now the notion seems ridiculous. The king and the peasant girl? Absurd. The most hackneyed storybook would never dare suggest it. It need not mean that we never see each other again. He took a hesitant step towards her. Things will be different, of course, but we can still find moments. He reached out, slowly, awkwardly. Moments when we can be together. He touched her face gently and felt the same guilty thrill he always had. We can be to each other just as we were. You would not need to worry. Everything would be taken care of. She looked him in the eye. So, you'd like me to be your whore? He jerked his hand back. No, of course not. I mean, I would like you to be... What did he mean? He fumbled desperately for a better word. My lover? Ah, I see. And when you take a wife, what will I be then? What word do you think your queen might use to describe me? Giselle swallowed and looked at his shoes. A whore is still a whore, whatever word you use. Easily tired of, and even more easily replaced. And when you tire of me and you find other lovers, what will they call me then? She gave a bitter snort. I'm scum, and I know it. But you must think even less of me than I do. It's not my fault. He felt tears in his eyes. Pain or relief, it was hard to tell. A bitter alloy of both, perhaps. It's not my fault. Of course it isn't. I don't blame you. I blame myself. I used to think I had bad luck, but my brother was right. I make bad choices. She looked at him with that same judging expression in her dark eyes that she had when they first met. I could have found a good man, but I chose you. I should have known better. She reached up and touched his face, rubbed a tear from his cheek with her thumb, just as she had when they parted before in the park in the rain.
But then there had been the hope that they would meet again. Now there was none. She sighed and let her arm drop and stared sulkily out into the garden. Giselle blinked. Could that really be all? He yearned to say some last tender word at least, some bittersweet farewell. But his mind was empty. What words could there possibly be that could make any difference? They were done, and more talk would only have been salt in the cuts, wasted breath. He set his jaw and wiped the last damp streaks from his face. She was right. The king and the peasant girl? What could have been more ridiculous? "Ghost!" he barked. The door squealed open, and the muscle-bound guardsman emerged from the shadows, his head humbly bowed. "You may escort the lady back to her home." He nodded and stood away from the dark archway. Ardy turned and walked towards it, pulling up her hood, and Giselle watched her go. He wondered if she would pause on the threshold and look back, and their eyes would meet, and there would be one last moment between them, one last catching of his breath, one last tugging at his heart. But she did not look back. Without the slightest pause, she stepped through and was gone, and Gorst after her. And Giselle was left in the moonlit garden, alone. Chapter 23. Picked up a shadow. Pharaoh sat on the warehouse roof, her eyes narrowed against the bright sun, her legs crossed underneath her. She watched the boats and the people flowing off them. She watched for Yulway. That was why she came here every day. There was war between the Union and Gurkle, a meaningless war with a lot of talk and no fighting, and so no ships went to Cantor. But Yulway went where he pleased. He could take her back to the south so she could have her vengeance on the Gurkish. Until he came, she was trapped with the Pinks. She ground her teeth and clenched her fists and grimaced at her own uselessness, her boredom, her wasted time. She would have prayed to God for Yulway to come, but God never listened. Giselle Dan Luthar, fool that he was, for reasons she could not comprehend, had been given a crown and made king. Baez, who Pharaoh was sure had been behind the whole business, now spent every hour with him. Still trying to make him a leader of men, no doubt, just as he had all the long way across the plain and back, with small results. Giselle Dan Luthar, the king of the Union. Nine Fingers would have laughed long and hard at that, if he could have heard it. Pharaoh smiled to think of him laughing. Then she realized that she was smiling and made herself stop. Baez had promised her vengeance and given her nothing, and left her mired here powerless. There was nothing to smile at. She sat and watched the boats for Yulway. She did not watch for Nine Fingers. She did not hope to see him slouch onto the docks. That would have been a foolish, childish hope, belonging to the foolish child she had been when the Gurkish took her for a slave. He would not change his mind and come back. She had made sure of it. Strange, though, how she kept thinking that she saw him in amongst the crowds. The dockers had come to recognize her. They had shouted at her for a while. "Come down here, my lovely, and give me a kiss," one of them had called, and his friends had laughed. Then Pharaoh had thrown half a brick at his head and knocked him in the sea. He had nothing to say to her once they fished him out. None of them had, and that suited her well enough. She sat and watched the boats. She sat until the sun was low, casting a bright glare across the bottoms of the clouds, making the shifting waves sparkle. Until the crowds thinned out, and the carts stopped moving, and the shouting and bustle of the docks faded to a dusty quiet, until the breeze grew cool against her skin. Yulway was not coming today. She climbed down from the roof of the warehouse and worked her way through the back streets towards the middle way. It was as she was walking down that white road, scowling at the people who passed her, that she realized she was being followed. He did it well and carefully, sometimes closer, sometimes further back, staying out of plain sight, but never hiding. She took a few turns to make sure, and he always followed. He was dressed all in black, with long, lank hair and a mask covering part of his face. All in black, like a shadow, like the men that had chased her and Nine Fingers before they left for the old empire. She watched him out of the corners of her eyes, never looking straight at him, never letting him know that she knew. He would find out soon enough. She took a turn down a dingy alley, stopped and waited behind the corner, pressed up against the grimy stonework, holding her breath. Her bow and her sword might be far away, but shock was the only weapon she needed. That and her hands and her feet and her teeth. She heard the footsteps coming. Careful footsteps, padding down the alley, so soft she could barely hear them. She found that she was smiling. It felt good to have an enemy, to have a purpose. Very good, after so long without one. It filled the empty space inside her, even if it was only for a moment. She gritted her teeth, feeling the fury swelling up in her chest, hot and exciting, safe and familiar, like the kiss of an old lover much missed. When he rounded the corner, her fist was already swinging. It crunched into his mask and sent him reeling. She pressed in close, cracking him in the face with each hand and knocking his head right and left. He fumbled for a knife, but he was slow and dizzy, and the blade was barely out of its sheath before she had his wrist tight. Her elbows snapped his head back, jabbed into his throat, and left him gurgling. She tore the knife out of his limp hand, spun around, and kicked him in the gut, so he bent over. Her knees thudded into his mask and sent him onto his back in the dirt. She followed him down, her legs wrapping tight around his waist, her arm across his chest, his own knife pressed up against his throat. "Look at this," she whispered in his face. "I have picked up a shadow." Came from behind his mask, his eyes still rolling. "Hard to talk with that on, eh?" And she slashed the straps of his mask with a jerk of the knife, the blade leaving a long scratch down his cheek. He did not look so dangerous without it. Much younger than she had thought, with a rash of spots around his chin and a growth of downy hair on his top lip. He jerked his head, and his eyes came back into focus. He snarled, tried to twist free, but she had him fast, and a touch of the knife against his neck soon calmed him. "Why are you following me?" "I'm not fucking..." Pharaoh had never been a patient woman. Straddling her shadow as she was, it was an easy thing to rear up and smash her elbow into his face. He did his best to ward her off, but all her weight was on his hips and he was helpless. Her arm crashed through his hands and into his mouth, his nose, his cheek, cracking his head back against the greasy cobbles. 4 of those, and the fight was out of him. His head lolled back, and she crouched down over him again and tucked the knife up under his neck. Blood bubbled out of his nose and his mouth and ran down the side of his face in dark streaks. "Following me now? Just watch." His voice clicked in his bloody mouth. "Just watch. I don't give the orders." The Gurkish soldiers did not give the orders to kill Pharaoh's people and make her a slave. That did not make them innocent. That did not make them safe from her. "Who does?" He coughed and his face twitched. Bubbles of blood blew out of his swollen nostrils. Nothing else. Pharaoh frowned. "What?" She moved the knife down and pricked at his thigh with the point. "You think I never cut a cock off before?" "Glokta," he mumbled, closing his eyes. "I work for Glokta. Glokta." The name meant nothing to her, but it was something to follow. She slid the knife back up to his neck. The lump on his throat rose and fell, brushing against the edge of the blade. She clenched her jaw and worked her fingers round the grip, frowning down. Tears had started to glitter in the corners of his eyes. Best to get it done and away. Safest. But her hand was hard to move. "Give me a reason not to do it." The tears welled up and ran down the sides of his bloody face. My birds, he whispered. Birds? There'll be no one to feed them. I deserve it, sure enough, but my birds, they've done nothing. She narrowed her eyes at him. Birds. Strange, the things that people have to live for. Her father had kept a bird. She remembered it in a cage hanging from a pole. A useless thing that could not even fly, only cling to a twig. He had taught it words. She remembered watching him feeding it when she was a child. Long ago, before the Gurkish came. Sss, she hissed in his face, pressing the knife up against his neck and making him cower. Then she pulled the blade away, got up, and stood over him. The moment when I see you again will be your last. Back to your birds, Shadow. He nodded, his wet eyes wide, and she turned and stalked off down the dark alleyway into the dusk. When she crossed a bridge, she tossed the knife away. It vanished with a splash, and ripples spread out in growing circles across the slimy water. A mistake, most likely, to have left that man alive. Mercy was always a mistake in her experience. But it seemed she was in a merciful mood today. Chapter 24. Questions. Colonel Glockter was a magnificent dancer, of course, but with his leg feeling as stiff as it did, it was difficult for him to truly shine. The constant buzzing of flies was a further distraction, and his partner was not helping. Ardie West looked well enough, but her constant giggling was becoming quite the irritation. "Stop that!" snapped the Colonel, whirling her around the laboratory of the Adeptus Physical, the specimens in the jars pulsing and wobbling in time to the music. "Partially eaten?" grinned Candelau, one eye enormously magnified through his eyeglass. He pointed downwards with his tongs. "This is a foot!" Glockter pushed the bushes aside, one hand pressed over his face. The butchered corpse lay there, glistening red, scarcely recognizable as human. Ardie laughed and laughed at the sight of it. "Partially eaten!" she tittered at him. Colonel Glockter did not find the business in any way amusing. The sound of flies was growing louder and louder, threatening to drown out the music entirely. Worse yet, it was getting terribly cold in the park. "Careless of me," said a voice from behind. "How do you mean?" "Just to leave it there. But sometimes it is better to move quickly than to move carefully. A cripple." "I remember this," murmured Glockter. It had grown colder yet, and he was shivering like a leaf. "I remember this." "Of course," whispered the voice. A woman's voice, but not Ardie. A low and hissing voice that made his eye twitch. "What can I do?" The Colonel could feel his gorge rising. The wounds in the red meat yawned. The flies were so loud he could hardly hear the reply. "Perhaps you should go to the university and ask for advice." Icy breath brushed his neck and made his back shiver. "Perhaps, while you are there, you could ask them about the seed." Glockter lurched to the bottom of the steps and staggered sideways, falling back against the wall, the breath hissing over his wet tongue. His left leg trembled, his left eye twitched, as though the two were connected by a cord of pain that cut into his arse, guts, back, shoulder, neck, face, and tightened with every movement, however small. He forced himself to be still, to breathe long and slow. He made his mind move off the pain and onto other things, like Baez and his failed quest for this seed. After all, His Eminence is waiting and is not known for his patience. He stretched his neck out to either side and felt the bones clicking between his twisted shoulder blades. He pressed his tongue into his gums and shuffled away from the steps into the cool darkness of the stacks. They had not changed much in the past year, or probably in a few centuries before that. The vaulted spaces smelled of fust and age, lit only by a couple of flickering, grimy lamps, sagging shelves stretching away into the shifting shadows. Time to go digging once again through the dusty refuse of history. The Adeptus Historical did not appear to have changed much either. He sat at his stained desk, poring over a mouldy-looking pile of papers in the light from a single squirming candle flame. He squinted up as Glockter hobbled closer. "Who's there?" Glockter. He peered up suspiciously towards the shadowy ceiling. "What happened to your crow?" "Dead," grunted the ancient librarian sadly. "History, you might say." The old man did not laugh. "Ah well, it happens to us all, and some sooner than others. I have questions for you." The Adeptus Historical craned forward over his desk, peering dewily up at Glockter as though he had never seen another human before. "I remember you." Miracles do happen then. "You asked me about Baez, first apprentice of great Juvens, first letter in the alphabet of the—" Yes, we've been over this." The old man gave a sulky frown. "Did you bring that scroll back?" "The Maker fell burning and so on? I'm afraid not. The Archlector has it." "Gah! I hear far too much about that man these days. Them upstairs are always carping on him. His Eminence this and His Eminence that. I'm sick of hearing it." "I know very much how you feel." "Everyone's in a spin these days. A spin and a ruckus." "Lots of changes upstairs. We have a new king." "I know that. Guslav, is it?" Glockter gave a long sigh as he settled himself in the chair on the other side of the desk. Yes, he's the one. Only 30 years out of date or so. I'm surprised he didn't think Harold the Great was still on the throne." "What do you want this time?" "Oh, to fumble in the darkness for answers that are always just out of reach." "I want to know about the seed." The lined face did not move. "The what?" "It was mentioned in your precious scroll. That thing that Baez and his magical friends searched for in the House of the Maker after the death of Canadius, after the death of Juvens." "Bah!" The Adeptus waved his hand, the saggy flesh under his wrist wobbling. "Secrets? Power? It's all a metaphor." "Baez does not seem to think so." Glockter shuffled his chair closer and spoke lower, though there cannot be anyone to hear or to care if they did. "I heard it was a piece of the other side, left over from the old time when devils walked our earth. The stuff of magic made solid." The old man wheezed with papery laughter, displaying a rotten cavern of a mouth with fewer teeth even than Glockter's own. "I did not take you for a superstitious man, Superior." "Nor was I one when I last came here with questions. Before my visit to the House of the Maker, before my meeting with Yulway, before I saw Schickel smile while they burned her. What happy times they were, before I had heard of Baez, when things still made sense." The Adeptus wiped his runny eyes with his palsied mockery of a hand. "Where did you hear that?" "Oh, from a navigator with his foot on an anvil." "Never you mind from where." "Well, you know more about it than me. I read once that rocks sometimes fall out of the sky. Some say they are fragments of the stars. Some say they are splinters flung out from the chaos of hell, dangerous to touch, terribly cold." Cold? Glockter could almost feel that icy breath upon his neck, and he wriggled his shoulders at it, forcing himself not to glance behind him. "Tell me about hell, though I think I already know more than most on the subject." Eh? Hell, old man, the other side. They say it is where magic comes from, if you believe in such things. I have learned to keep an open mind on the subject. An open mind is like to an open wound, apt to... So I have heard, but we are speaking of hell. The librarian licked at his sagging lips. Legend has it that there was a time when our world and the world below were one, and devils roamed the earth. Great Aeons cast them out and spoke the first law, forbidding all to touch the other side, or to speak to devils, or to tamper with the gates between. The first law, eh? His son Glustrod, hungry for power, ignored his father's warnings, and he sought out secrets and summoned devils and sent them against his enemies. It is said his folly led to the destruction of Aulcus and the fall of the old empire, and that when he destroyed himself, he left the gates ajar. But I am not the expert on all that. Who is? The old man grimaced. There were books here, very old, beautiful books from the time of the Master Maker, books on the subject of the other side, the divide between, the gates and the locks, books on the subject of the tellers of secrets and of their summoning and sending. A load of invention, if you ask me, myth and fantasy. There were books. They have been missing from my shelves for some years now. Missing? Where are they? The old man frowned. Strange that you of all people should ask that. Enough. Glockter turned as quickly as he could to look behind him. Silber, the university administrator, stood at the foot of the steps with a look of the strangest horror and surprise on his rigid face. Quite as if he had seen a ghost, or even a demon. That will be quite enough, Superior. We thank you for your visit. Enough? Glockter gave a frown of his own. His Eminence will not be... I know what His Eminence will or will not be. An unpleasantly familiar voice. Superior Goyle worked his way slowly down the steps. He strolled around Silber, across the shadowy floor between the shelves. And I say, enough. We most heartily thank you for your visit. He leaned forwards, eyes popping furiously from his head. Make it your last. There had been some startling changes in the dining hall since Glockter went downstairs. The evening had grown dark outside the dirty windows. The candles had been lit in their tarnished sconces. And, of course, there is the matter of 24 widely assorted practicals of the Inquisition. 2 narrow-eyed natives of Suljuk sat staring at Glockter over their masks, as like as if they had been twins, their black boots up on the ancient dining table, 4 curved swords lying sheathed on the wood before them. 3 dark-skinned men stood near one dark window, heads shaved, each with an axe at his belt and a shield on his back. A great tall practical loomed up by the fireplace, long and thin as a birch tree, with blonde hair hanging over his masked face. Beside was a short one, almost dwarfish, his belt bristling with knives. Glockter recognized the huge Northman called the Stone Splitter from his previous visit to the university. But it looks as if he has been attempting to split stones with his face since we last met, and with great persistence. His cheeks were uneven, his brows were wonky, the bridge of his nose pointed sharply to the left. His ruin of a face was almost as disturbing as the enormous mallet he had clenched in his massive fists. But not quite. So it went on, as strange and worrying a collection of murderers as could ever have been collected together in one place, and all heavily armed. And it seems that Superior Goyle has restocked his freak show.
In the midst of them, and seeming quite at home, stood practical Vitari, pointing this way and that, giving orders. You would never have thought she was the mothering type, seeing her now, but I suppose we all have our hidden talents. Glockter threw his right arm up in the air. Who are we killing? All eyes turned towards him. Vitari stalked over, a frown across the freckled bridge of her nose. What the hell are you doing here? I could ask you the same question. If you know what's good for you, you'll ask no questions at all. Glockter leered his empty smile at her. If I knew what was good for me, I'd never have lost my teeth, and questions are all I have left. What's in this old pile of dust that's of interest to you? That's none of my business, and even less of yours. If you're looking for traitors, maybe you should look in your own house first, eh? And what is that supposed to mean? Vitari leaned close to him and whispered through her mask. You saved my life, so let me return the favor. Get away from here. Get away and keep away. Glockter shuffled down the passageway and up to his heavy door. As far as Baez goes, we are no further on. Nothing that will bring a rare smile to the face of His Eminence. Summonings and sendings, gods and devils, always more questions. He turned his key impatiently in the lock, desperate to sit down and take the weight from his trembling leg. What was Goyle doing at the university? Goyle and Vitari and 24 practicals, all armed as if they were going to war. He took a wincing step over the threshold. There must be some... Gah! He felt his cane snatched away, and he lurched sideways, clutching at the air. Something crunched into his face and filled his head with blinding pain. The next moment, the floor thumped him in the back and drove his wind out in a long sigh. He blinked and slobbered, mouth salty with blood, the dark room swaying madly around him. Oh dear, a fist in the face, unless I am much mistaken. It never loses its impact. A hand grabbed the collar of his coat and dragged him up, the cloth cutting into his throat and making him squawk like a strangled chicken. Another had him by the belt, and he was hauled bodily along, his knees and the toes of his boots scraping limp over the boards. He struggled weakly on a reflex, but only managed to send a stab of pain through his own back. The bathroom door cracked against his head and banged open on the wall. He was dragged powerless across the darkened room towards the bath, still full of dirty water from that morning. "Wait!" he croaked as he was wrestled over the edge. "Who are..." The cold water closed around his head. The bubbles rushed around his face. He was held there, struggling, eyes bulging open with shock and panic, until it seemed his lungs would burst. Then he was yanked up by the hair, water pouring from his face and splattering into the bath. A simple technique, but undeniably effective. I am greatly discomforted. He took in a gasping breath. "What do you..." Back into the darkness, such air as he had managed to drag in, gurgling out into the dirty water. But whoever it is, let me breathe. I am not being murdered. I am being softened up for questions. I would laugh at the irony, were there any breath left in my body. He shoved at the bath and thrashed at the water. His legs kicked pointlessly, but the hand on the back of his neck was made of steel. His stomach clenched and his ribs heaved, desperate to drag in air. Do not breathe, do not breathe, do not breathe. He was just sucking in a great lungful of dirty water as he was snatched up from the bath and flung onto the boards, coughing, gasping, vomiting all at once. "You are Glockter?" A woman's voice, short and hard, with a rough Cantic accent. She squatted down in front of him, balanced on the balls of her feet, her wrists resting on her knees, her long brown hands hanging limp. She wore a man's shirt, loose around her scrawny shoulders, wet sleeves rolled up around her bony wrists. Her black hair was hacked off short and stuck from her head in greasy clumps. She had a thin, pale scar down her hard face,
a scowl on her thin lips, but it was her eyes that were most off-putting, gleaming yellow in the half-light from the corridor. Small wonder that Severard was reluctant to follow her. I should have listened to him. "You are Glocta?" There was no point denying it. He wiped the bitter drool from his chin with a shaking hand. "I am Glocta." "Why are you watching me?" He pushed himself painfully up to sitting. "What makes you think I will have anything to say to—" Her fist struck him on the point of his chin and snapped his head back, tore a gasp out of him. His jaws banged together and one tooth punched a hole in the bottom of his tongue. He sagged back against the wall, the dark room lurching, his eyes filling up with tears. When things came back into focus, she was staring at him, yellow eyes narrowed. "I will keep eating you until you give me answers or you die." "My thanks." "Thanks?" "I think you might have loosened my neck up just a fraction." Glocta smiled, showing her his few bloody teeth. "For 2 years, I was a captive of the Gurkish. 2 years in the darkness of the Emperor's prisons. 2 years of cutting and chiseling and burning. Do you think the thought of a slap or two scares me?" He chuckled bloody laughter in her face. "It hurts more when I piss. Do you think I'm scared to die?" He grimaced at the stabbing through his spine as he leaned towards her. "Every morning that I wake up alive is a disappointment. If you want answers, you'll have to give me answers. Like for like." She stared at him for a long moment, not blinking. "You are a prisoner of the Gurkish?" Glocta swept a hand over his twisted body. "They gave me all this." "Huh. We have both lost something to the Gurkish, then." She slid down onto crossed legs. "Questions. Like for like. But if you try to lie to me—" "Questions, then. I would be failing in my duties as a host if I did not allow you to go first." She did not smile, but then she does not seem the joking type. "Why are you watching me?" I could lie, but for what? I might as well die telling the truth. "I am watching Baez. The two of you seem friendly, and Baez is hard to watch these days, so I am watching you." She scowled. "He is no friend of mine. He promised me vengeance, that is all. He has yet to deliver." "Life is full of disappointments." "Life is made of disappointments. Ask your question, cripple." "Once she has her answers, will it be bath time again? And this time my last?" Her flat yellow eyes gave nothing away, empty like the eyes of an animal. "But what are my choices?" He licked the blood from his lips and leaned back against the wall. "I might as well die a little wiser." "What is the seed?" Her frown deepened by the smallest fraction. "Baez said it is a weapon of very great power, great enough to turn Schaffer to dust. He thought it was hidden at the edge of the world, but he was wrong. He was not happy to be wrong." She frowned at him for a silent moment. "Why are you watching Baez?" "Because he stole the crown and put it on a spineless worm." She snorted. "There at least we can agree." "There are those in my government who worry about the direction in which he might take us. Who worry profoundly." Glocta licked at one bloody tooth. "Where is he taking us?" "He tells me nothing. I do not trust him, and he does not trust me." "There, too, we can agree." "He planned to use the seed as a weapon. He did not find it, so he must find other weapons. My guess is he is taking you to war. A war against Khalul and his eaters." Glocta felt a flurry of twitches run up the side of his face and set his eyelid fluttering. Damn treacherous jelly. Her head jerked to the side. You know of them? A passing acquaintance. Well, where's the harm? I caught one in Dagoska. I asked it questions. What did it tell you? It talked of righteousness and justice. Two things that I have never seen. It talked of war and sacrifice. Two things that I have seen too much of. It said that your friend Baez killed his own master. The woman did not move so much as an eyelash. It said that its father, the prophet Karlul, still seeks vengeance. Vengeance, she hissed, her hands bunching into fists. I will show them vengeance. What did they do to you? They killed my people. She uncrossed her legs. They made me a slave. She rose smoothly to her feet, looming over him. They stole my life from me. Glockter felt the corner of his mouth twitch up. One more thing we have in common. And I sense my borrowed time is up. She reached down and grabbed two fistfuls of his wet coat. She dragged him from the floor with fearsome strength, his back sliding up the wall. Body found floating in the bath? He felt his nostrils opening wide, the air hissing fast in his bloody nose, his heart thumping in anticipation. No doubt my ruined body will struggle as best it can, an irresistible reaction to the lack of air, the unconquerable instinct to breathe. No doubt I will thrash and wriggle, just as Tulkis, the Gurkish ambassador, thrashed and wriggled when they hanged him, and dragged his guts out for nothing. He did his twisted best to stay up under his own power, to stand as close to straight as he could manage. After all, I was a proud man once, even if that is all far behind me. Hardly the end that Colonel Glockter would have hoped for. Drowned in the bath by a woman in a dirty shirt. Will they find me slumped over the rim, my arse in the air? But what does it matter? It is not how you die, but how you lived that counts. She let go of his coat, flattened the front with a slap of her hand. And what has my life been these past years? What do I have that I might truly miss? Stairs? Soup? Pain? Lying in the darkness with the memories of the things I have done digging at me? Waking in the morning to the stink of my own shit? Will I miss tea with R.D. West? A little, perhaps. But will I miss tea with the Archlector? It almost makes you wonder why I didn't do it myself years ago. He stared into his killer's eyes, as hard and bright as yellow glass, and he smiled, a smile of the purest relief. I am ready. For what? She pressed something into his limp hand, the handle of his cane. If you have more business with Baez, leave me out of it. I will not be so gentle next time. She backed slowly towards the doorway, a bright rectangle against the shadowy wall. She turned, and the sound of her boots receded down the corridor. Aside from the soft tip-tap of water dripping from his wet coat, all fell silent. And so it seems I survive. Again. Glockter raised his eyebrows. Perhaps the trick is not wanting to. Chapter 25. The Fourth Day. He was an ugly bastard, this Easterner, a huge big one dressed all in stinking, half-tanned furs and a bit of rusted chainmail, more ornament than protection. Greasy black hair, bound up here and there with rough-forged silver rings, dripped with the thin rain. He had a great scar down one cheek and another across his forehead, and the countless nicks and pittings of lesser wounds and boils as a lad, nose flattened and bent sideways like a dented spoon. His eyes were screwed up tight with effort, his yellow teeth were bared, the front two missing, his grey tongue pressed into the gap. A face that had seen war all its days. A face that had lived by sword and axe and spear and counted every day alive a bonus. For Logan, it was almost like looking in a mirror. They held each other as tight as a pair of bad lovers, blind to everything around them. They lumbered back and forward, lurching like feuding drunkards. They plucked and tugged, bit and gouged, gripped and tore, strained in frozen fury, blasting sour breath in each other's faces. An ugly and a wearying and a fatal dance, and all the while the rain came down. Logan took a painful dig in the gut and had to twist and wriggle to smother a second. He gave a half-hearted headbutt and did nothing more than scuff Ugly's face with his forehead. He nearly got tripped, stumbled, felt the Easterner shift his weight, trying to find a set to throw him. Logan managed to dig him in the fruits with his thigh before he could do it, enough to make his arms go weak for a moment, enough so he could slide his hand up onto Ugly's neck. Logan forced that hand up, inch by painful inch, his stretched-out forefinger creeping over the Easterner's pitted face while he peered down at it, cross-eyed, trying to tip his head out of the way. His hand gripped painful tight round Logan's wrist, trying to haul it back, but Logan had his shoulder dipped, his weight set right. The finger edged past his grimacing mouth, over his top lip, into Ugly's bent nose, and Logan felt his broken nail digging at the flesh inside. He crooked his finger and bared his teeth and twisted it about as best he could. The Easterner hissed and thrashed around, but he was hooked. He'd no choice but to grab at Logan's wrist with his other hand and try to drag that tearing finger out of his face. But that left Logan one hand free. He snatched a knife out and grunted as he stabbed, his arm jerking in and out. Quick punches, but with steel on the end of them. The blades squelched in the Easterner's gut, and his thigh, and his arm, and his chest, blood coming out in long streaks, splattering them both and trickling into the puddles under their boots. Once he was stabbed enough, Logan caught him by his coat, hauled him into the air with a jaw-clenched effort, and roared as he flung him over the battlements. He plummeted away, limp as a carcass, and soon to be one, crashed to the ground in among his fellows. Logan bent over the parapet, gasping at the wet air, the raindrops flitting down away from him. There were hundreds of them, it seemed like, milling around in the sea of mud at the base of the wall. Wild men from out past the Crinner, where they hardly spoke right and cared nothing for the dead. They all were rain-soaked and filth-spattered, hiding under rough-made shields and waving rough-forged weapons, barbed and brutal. Their standards stood flapping in the rain behind them, bones and ragged hides, ghostly shadows in the downpour. Some were carrying rickety ladders forwards, or lifting those that had been thrown down, trying to foot them near the wall and haul them up, while rocks and spears and sodden arrows flapped and splattered into the mud. Others were climbing, shields held over their heads, 2 ladders up at Dow's side, one on Red Hat's side, one just to Logan's left. A pair of big savages were swinging great axes against the scarred gates, chopping wet splinters out with every blow. Logan pointed at them, screamed uselessly into the wet. No one heard him, or could have, over the great noise of drumming rain, of crashing, thudding, scraping blades on shields, shafts in flesh, battle cries and shrieks of pain. He fumbled his sword up from the puddles on the walkway, dull metal glistening with beads of water. Just near him, one of Shiver's Carls was facing off against an Easterner who'd scrambled from the top of a ladder. They traded a couple of blows, axe against shield, then sword swishing at the empty air. The Easterner's axe arm went up again, and Logan hacked it off at the elbow, stumbled into his back, and knocked him screaming on his face. The Carl finished him with a chop to the back of the skull, pointed his bloody sword over Logan's shoulder. "There!" Another Easterner with a big hook nose just getting to the top of the ladder, leaning forward over the battlements, right arm going back with a spear ready. Logan bellowed as he came for him. His eyes went wide and the spear wobbled, too late to throw. He tried to swing out of the way, clinging to the wet wood with his free hand, but only managed to drag the ladder grating across the battlements. Logan's sword stabbed him under the arm, and he flailed back with a grunt, dropping his spear behind him. Logan stabbed at him again, slipped, and lunged too far, near falling into his arms. Big Nose clawed at him, trying to bundle him over the parapet. Logan smashed him in the face with the pommel of his sword and knocked his head back, took some teeth out with a second blow. The third one knocked him senseless, and he fell back off the ladder, plummeting down and taking one of his friends into the mud with him. "Bring that pole!" Logan roared at the Carl with the sword. "What? Pole, you fucker!" The Carl snatched the wet length of wood up and threw it through the rain. Logan dropped his sword and wedged the branched end against one upright of the ladder, started pushing for all he was worth. The Carl came and added his weight to it, and the ladder creaked, wobbled, and started tipping back. An Easterner's face came up over the battlements, surprised looking. He saw the pole. He saw Logan and the Carl growling at it. He tumbled off as the ladder dropped away, down on the heads of the bastards below. Further along the wall, another ladder had just been pushed back up, and the Easterners were starting to climb it, shields up over their heads, while Red Hat and his boys chucked rocks at them. Some had got to the top over on Dow's bit of the wall, and he could hear the shouting from there, the sounds of murder. Logan gnawed at his bloody lip, wondering whether to push on down there and give them some help, but he decided against. He'd be needed here before long. So he took up the Maker's sword, and he nodded to the Carl who'd helped him, and he stood and caught his breath. He waited for the Easterners to come again, and all around him men fought and killed and died. Devils in a cold, wet, bloody hell. 4 days of it now, and it felt as if he'd been there forever, as if he'd never left. Perhaps he never had. Like the Dogman's life weren't difficult enough already, there had to be rain. Wet was an archer's worst fear, all right. Apart from being ridden down by horsemen, maybe, but that weren't so likely up a tower. The bows were slippery, the strings were stretchy, the feathers were sodden, which all made for some ineffective shooting. Rain was costing them their advantage, and that was a worry. But it could cost them more than that before the day was out. There were 3 big wild bastards working at the gates, 2 swinging heavy axes at the softened wood, the third trying to get a pry bar in the gaps they'd made and tear the timbers apart. "If we don't deal with them, they'll have those gates in!" Dogman shouted, hoarse into the wet air. "Aye," said Grim, nodding his head, water flicking off his shaggy thatch of hair. Took a good bit of bellowing and pointing from him and Tull, but Dogman got a crowd of his lads lined up by the slick parapet. 70 wet bows, all lowered at once, all drawn back, creaking, all pointing down towards that gate. 70 men, frowning and taking aim, all dripping with water and getting wetter every minute. "All right, then! Loose!" The bows went more or less together, the sounds muffled. The shaft spun down, bouncing off the wet wall, sticking in the rough wood of the gate, prickling the ground all round where the ditch used to be before it became just another load of mud. Not what you'd call accurate, but there were a lot of shafts, and if you can't get quality, then numbers will have to do the job for you. The Easterner on the right dropped his axe, 3 arrows sticking out his chest, one through his leg. The one on the left slipped and fell on his side, went floundering for cover, an arrow in his shoulder. The one with the bar went down on his knees, thrashing around and grabbing behind him, trying to get at a shaft in the small of his back. "All right! Good!" the Dogman shouted. None of the rest of them seemed keen to try the gate for the moment, which was something to be grateful for. There were still plenty trying the ladders, but that was a harder task to deal with from up here. They might just as easily shoot their own boys on the walls as the enemy in this weather. Dogman gritted his teeth and loosed a harmless, looping wet arrow down into the milling crowd. Nothing they could do. The walls was Shiver's job, and Dow's and Red Hat's. The walls was Logan's job.
There was a crack, loud as the sky falling. The world went reeling bright and soupy slow, sounds all echoing. Logan stumbled through this dream place, the sword clattering out of his stupid fingers, lurched against the wall and grappled with it as it swayed around, trying to understand what had happened and not getting there. Two men were struggling with each other over a spear, wrestling and jerking round and round, and Logan couldn't remember why. A man with long hair took a great slow blow with a club on his shield, a couple of splinters spinning. Then he swept an axe round, teeth bared and shining, caught a wild-looking man in the legs and tore him off his feet. There were men everywhere, wet and furious, dirt and blood-stained. A battle, maybe? Which side was he on? Logan felt something warm tickling his eye, and he touched his hand to it, frowned down at his red fingertips, turning pink as the rain pattered on them. Blood. Had someone hit him on the head then? Or was he dreaming it? A memory from long ago. He spun round just before the club came down and crushed his skull like an egg, caught some hairy bastard's wrists with both hands. The world was suddenly fast, noisy, pain pulsing in his head. He lurched against the parapet, staring into a dirty, bearded, angry face pressed up tight against his. Logan let go the club with one hand, started snatching at his belt for a knife. He couldn't feel one. All that time spent sharpening all those blades, and now he needed one, there was nothing to hand. Then he realized. The blade he was looking for was stuck in that ugly bastard down in the mud somewhere at the base of the wall. He scrabbled round the other side of his belt, still wrestling at the club, but losing that battle now, given that he only had the one hand to work with. Logan got bent back slowly over the battlements. His fingers found the grip of a knife. The hairy Easterner tore his club free and lifted it up, opening his mouth wide and giving a stinking yell. Logan stabbed him right through the face, and the blade went through one cheek and out the other and took a couple of teeth with it. Harry's bellow turned to a high-pitched howl, and he dropped his club and stumbled away, eyes bulging. Logan slid down and snatched his sword from under the trampling feet of the two fighting over the spear, waited a moment for the Easterner to come round close to him, then chopped through the back of one thigh and brought him down with a scream where the Carl could see to him. Harry was still drooling blood, one hand on the grip of the knife through his face, trying to work it free. Logan's sword made a red gash through the wet furs on his side, brought him to his knees. The next swing split his head in half. Not 10 strides away, Shivers was in bad trouble. Backed up with 3 Easterners at him, another just getting to the top of a ladder, and all his boys kept busy behind. He winced as he took a hard blow from a hammer across his shield, stumbled back, his axe dropping from his hand and clattering on the stone. The thought did pass through Logan's mind that he'd be a deal better off if Shivers got his head flattened. But the odds were good that he'd be next. So he took a great breath and bellowed as he charged. The first one turned just in time to get his face hacked open rather than the back of his skull. The second got his shield up, but Logan went low and chopped clean through his shin instead, sent him shrieking down onto his back, blood pumping out into the pools of water across the walkway. The third one was a big bastard, wild red hair sticking all ways off his head. He had Shivers stunned and on his knees by the parapet, his shield hanging down, blood running from a cut on his forehead. Red Hair raised a big hammer up to finish the job. Logan stabbed him through the back before he got the chance, the long blade sliding through him right to the hilt. Never take a man face to face if you can kill him from behind, Logan's father used to say, and that was one good piece of advice he'd always tried to follow. Red Hair thrashed and squealed, twisting madly with his last breaths, dragging Logan around after him by the hilt of his sword, but it wasn't long before he dropped. Logan grabbed Shivers under the arm and hauled him up. He frowned hard as his eyes came back into focus, saw who was helping him. He leaned down and snatched his fallen axe up from the stones. Logan wondered for a moment if he was about to get it buried in his skull, but Shivers only stood there, blood running down his wet face from the cut across his head.
"Behind you," said Logan, nodding past his shoulder. Shivers turned, Logan did the same, and they stood with their backs to each other. There were 3 or 4 ladders up now around the gate, and the battle on the walls had broken up into a few separate, bloody little fights. There were Easterners clambering over the parapet, screaming their meaningless jabber, hard faces and hard weapons glistening wet, coming at Logan along the wall, while more dragged themselves up. Behind him, he heard the clash and grunt of Shivers fighting, but he paid it no mind. He could only deal with what was in front of him. You have to be realistic about these things. He shuffled back, showing weariness that was only half feigned. Then, as the first of them came on, he gritted his teeth and leapt forward, cut him across the face and sent him screaming, hand clasped to his eyes. Logan stumbled into another and got barged in the chest with a shield, its rim catching him under the chin and making him bite his tongue. Logan nearly tripped over the sprawled-out corpse of a dead Carl, righted himself just in time, flailed with his sword, and hit nothing, reeled after it, and felt something cut into his leg as he went. He gasped and hopped, waving the sword around, all off balance. He lunged at some moving fur, his leg gave under him, and he piled into someone. They fell together, and Logan's head cracked against the stone. They rolled, and Logan struggled up on top, shouting and drooling, tangled his fingers in an Easterner's greasy hair, and smashed his face into the stone, again and again, until his skull went soft. He dragged himself away, heard a blade clang against the walkway where he'd been, hauled himself up to his knees, sword loose in one sticky hand. He knelt there, water running down his face, dragging in air. More of them coming at him, and nowhere to go. His leg was hurting, no strength in his arms. His head felt light, like it might float away. No strength left to fight with, hardly. More of them coming at him, one at the front with thick leather gloves, a big maul in his hands, its heavy spiked head red with blood. Looked like he'd already broken one skull with it, and Logan's would be next. Then Bethod would have won at last. Logan felt a cold feeling stab at his gut, a hard, empty feeling. His knuckles clicked as the muscles in his hand went rigid, gripping the sword painful tight. "No," he hissed. "No, no, no." But he might as well have said no to the rain. That cold feeling spread out, up through Logan's face, tugging his mouth into a bloody smile. Gloves came closer, his maul scraping against the wet stone. He glanced over his shoulder. His head came apart, spraying out blood. Crummocky Fail roared like an angry bear, finger bones flying round his neck, his great hammer whirling round and round his head in huge circles. The next Easterner tried to back away, holding up his shield. Crummock's hammer swung two-handed, ripped his legs out from under him, sent him tumbling over and over onto his face on the stone. The big hillman sprang up onto the walkway, nimble as a dancer for all his great bulk, caught the next man a blow in the stomach that hurled him through the air and left him crumpled against the battlements. Logan watched one set of savages murdering another, breathing hard as Crummock's boys whooped and screamed, paint on their faces smeared in the rain. They flooded up onto the wall, hacking at the Easterners with their rough swords and their bright axes, driving them back and shoving their ladders away, flinging their bodies over the parapet and into the mud below. He knelt there in a puddle, leaning on the cold grip of Canadius's sword, its point dug into the stone walkway. He bent over and breathed hard, his cold gut sucking in and out, his raw mouth salty, his nose full of the stink of blood. He hardly dared to look up. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes and hawked sour spit up onto the stones. He forced that cold feeling in his stomach down, and it slunk away, for now at least, and left him with only pain and weariness to worry about.
Looks like those bastards had enough,
came Crummock's laughing voice from out of the drizzle. The hillman tipped his head back, mouth open, stuck his tongue out into the rain, then licked his lips.
That was some good work you put in today, bloody nine. Not that it ain't my special pleasure to watch you at it, but I'm glad to get my share.
He hefted his great long hammer up in one hand and spun it round as if it was a willow switch, peering at a great bloody stain on the head with a clump of hair stuck to it, then grinning wide. Logan looked up at him, hardly enough strength left to lift his head.
Oh, aye. Good work. We'll go at the back tomorrow, though, eh? Since you're that keen, you can take the fucking wall.
The rain was slacking down to a thin spit and drizzle. A glimmer of fading sunlight broke through the sagging clouds, bringing Bethod's camp back into view, his muddy ditch and his standards, tents scattered across the valley. Dogman squinted, thought he could see a few men stood around the front watching the Easterners run back, a glint of sunlight on something. An eyeglass, maybe, like the Union used, usually to look the wrong way. Dogman wondered if it was Bethod down there, watching it all happen. It would be just like Bethod to have got himself an eyeglass. He felt a big hand clap him on the shoulder.
We gave him a slap, Chief, rumbled Tull, and a good un.
There was small doubt of that. There were a lot of dead Easterners scattered in the mud round the base of that wall, a lot of wounded carried by their mates or dragging themselves slow and painful back towards their lines. But there were a fair few killed on their side of the wall as well. Dogman could see a stack of muddy corpses over near the back of the fortress where they were doing the burying. He could hear someone screaming, hard and nasty screams, the kind a man makes when he needs a limb taken off, or he's had one off already.
We gave him a slap, aye, Dogman muttered. But they gave us one as well. I'm not sure how many slaps we'll stand.
The barrels that carried their arrows were no more than half full now, the rocks close to run out.
Best send some boys to pick over the dead,
he shouted to the men over his shoulder.
Get what we can while we can. Can't have too many arrows at a time like this, said Tull. Number of those Crinna bastards we killed today, I reckon we'll have more spears tonight than we had this morning.
Dogman managed to put a grin on his face.
Nice of 'em to bring us something to fight with. Aye, reckon they'd get bored right quick if we ran out of arrows.
Tull laughed, and he clapped the Dogman on the back harder than ever, hard enough to make his teeth rattle.
We did well. You did well. We're still alive, ain't we? Some of us are.
Dogman looked down at the corpse of the one man who died up on the tower. An old boy, hair mostly grey, a rough-made arrow in his neck. Bad luck, that had been, to catch a shaft on a day as wet as today, but you're sure to get a measure of luck in a fight, both good and bad. He frowned down into the darkening valley.
Where the hell are the Union at?
At least the rain had stopped. You have to be grateful for the small things in life, like some smoky kind of a fire after the wet. You have to be grateful for the small things when any minute might be your last. Logan sat alone beside his scrub of a flame and rubbed gently at his right palm. It was sore, pink, stiff from gripping the rough hilt of the Maker's sword all the day long, blistered round the joints of his fingers. His head was bruised all over. The cut on his leg was burning some, but he could still walk well enough. He could have ended up a lot worse. There were more than 70 buried now, and they were putting them in pits for a dozen each, just as Crummock had said they would. 70 and more gone back to the mud, and twice that many hurt, a lot of them bad. Over by the big fire, he could hear Dow growling about how he'd stabbed some Easterner in the fruits. He could hear Tull's rumbling laughter. Logan hardly felt like a part of it anymore. Maybe he never had been. A set of men he'd fought and beaten. Lives he'd spared, for no reason that made sense. Men who'd hated him worse than death, but been bound to follow.
hardly more his friends than Shivers was. Perhaps the Dogman was his only true friend in all the wide circle of the world. And even in his eyes, from time to time, Logan thought he could see that old trace of doubt, that old trace of fear. He wondered if he could see it now, as the Dogman came up out of the darkness. "You think they'll come tonight?" he asked. "He'll give it a go in the dark sooner or later," said Logan. "But my guess is he'll leave it till we're a bit more worn down." "You get more worn down than this?" "I guess we'll find out." Logan grimaced as he stretched out his aching legs. "It really seems like this shit used to be easier." Dogman gave a snort, not a laugh really, more just letting Logan know he'd heard. "Memory can work some magic. You remember Carleon?" "Of course I do." Logan looked down at his missing finger, and he bunched his fist so it looked the same as it always had. Strange how it all seemed so simple back in them days. Who you fought for and why. Can't say it ever bothered me. "It bothered me," said Dogman. "It did? You should have said something. Would you have listened?" "No, I guess not." They sat there for a minute in silence. "You reckon we'll live through this?" asked the Dogman. "Maybe, if the Union turns up tomorrow, or the day after." "You think they will?" "Maybe. We can hope." "Hoping for a thing don't make it happen." "The opposite, usually. But every day we're still alive is a chance. Maybe this time it'll work." Dogman frowned at the shifting flames. "That's a lot of maybes. That's war. Who'd have thought we'd be relying on a bunch of Southerners to solve our problems for us, eh? I reckon you solve them any way you can. You have to be realistic." "Being realistic, then. You reckon we'll live through this?" Logan thought about it for a while. "Maybe." Boots squelched in the soft earth, and Shivers walked up quiet towards the fire. There was a grey bandage wrapped round his head where he'd taken that cut, and his hair hung down damp and greasy from under it. "Chief," he said. Dogman smiled as he got up and clapped him on the shoulder. "All right, Shivers. That was good work today. I'm glad you came over, lad. We all are." He gave Logan a long look. "All of us. Think I might try and get a rest for a minute. I'll see you boys when they come again. Most likely it'll be soon enough." He walked off into the night and left Shivers and Logan staring one at the other. Probably Logan should have got his hand near to a knife, watched for sudden moves and all the rest. But he was too tired and too sore for it. So he just sat there and watched. Shivers pressed his lips together, squatting down beside the fire opposite, slow and reluctant, as if he was about to eat something he knew was rotten, but had no choice. "If I'd have been in your place," he said after a while, "I would have let those bastards kill me today." "A few years ago, I'm sure I would have." "What changed?" Logan frowned as he thought about it. Then he shrugged his aching shoulders. "I'm trying to be better than I was." "You think that's enough?" "What else can I do?" Shivers frowned at the fire. "I wanted to say..." He worked the words around in his mouth and spat them out. "That I'm grateful, I guess. You saved my life today. I know it." He wasn't happy about saying it, and Logan knew why. It's hard to be done a favor by a man you hate. It's hard to hate him so much afterwards. Losing an enemy can be worse than losing a friend, if you've had him for long enough. So Logan shrugged again. "It's nothing. What a man should do for his crew, that's all. I owe you a lot more, I know that. I can never pay what I owe you." "No, but it's some kind of start at it, as far as I'm concerned." Shivers got up and took a step away. Then he stopped and turned back, firelight shifting over one side of his hard, angry face. "It ain't ever as simple, is it, as a man is just good or bad? Not even you. Not even Bethod. Not anybody." No. Logan sat and watched the flames moving. No, it ain't ever that simple. We all got our reasons, good men and bad men. It's all a matter of where you stand. Chapter 26. The Perfect Couple. One of Gisale's countless footmen perched on the stepladder and lowered the crown with frowning precision onto his head, its single enormous diamond flashing pricelessly bright. He gave it the very slightest twist back and forth, the fur-trimmed rim gripping Gisale's skull. He climbed back down, whisked the stepladder away, and surveyed the result. So did half a dozen of his fellows. One of them stepped forward to tweak the precise positioning of Gisale's gold-embroidered sleeve. Another grimaced as he flicked an infinitesimal speck of dust from his pure white collar. "Very good," said Baez, nodding thoughtfully to himself. "I believe that you are ready for your wedding." The peculiar thing, now that Gisale had a rare moment to think about it, was that he had not, in any way of which he was aware, agreed to get married. He had neither proposed nor accepted a proposal. He had never actually said yes to anything. And yet, here he was, preparing to be joined in matrimony in a few short hours, and to a woman he scarcely knew at all. It had not escaped his notice that in order to have been managed so quickly, the arrangements must have been well underway before Baez had even suggested the notion. Perhaps before Gisale had even been crowned. But he supposed it was not so very surprising. Since his enthronement, he had drifted helplessly through one incomprehensible event after another, like a man shipwrecked and struggling to keep his head above water, out of sight of land, dragged who knew where by unseen, irresistible currents, but considerably better dressed. He was gradually starting to realize that the more powerful a man became, the fewer choices he really had. Captain Giselle Dan Luthar had been able to eat what he liked, to sleep when he liked, to see who he liked. His august majesty, King Giselle I, on the other hand, was bound by invisible chains of tradition, expectation, and responsibility that prescribed every aspect of his existence, however small. Baez took a discerning step forward. Perhaps the top button undone here? Giselle jerked away with some annoyance. The attention of the Magus to every tiny detail of his life was becoming more than tiresome. It seemed that he could scarcely use the latrine without the old bastard poking through the results. "I know how to button a coat," he snapped. "Should I expect to find you here tonight when I bring my new wife to our bedchamber, ready to instruct me on how best to use my prick?" The footmen coughed and averted their eyes and scraped away towards the corners of the room. Baez himself neither smiled nor frowned. "I stand always ready to advise your majesty, but I had hoped that might be one item of business you could manage alone." "I hope you're well prepared for our little outing. I've been getting ready all morning." Ardy froze when she looked up and saw Glockter's face. "What happened to you?" "What, this?" He waved his hand at the mottled mass of bruises. "A Cantic woman broke into my apartment in the night, punched me repeatedly, and near drowned me in the bath. An experience I would not recommend." Evidently, she did not believe him. "Now, what really happened?" "I fell down the stairs." "Ah, stairs. They can be brutal bastards when you're not that firm on your feet." She stared at her half-full glass, her eyes slightly misty. "Are you drunk?" "It's the afternoon, isn't it? I try always to be drunk by now. Once you start a job, you should give it your best."
or so my father liked to tell me. Glockter narrowed his eyes at her, and she stared back evenly over the rim of her glass. No trembling lip, no tragic face, no streaks of bitter tears down the cheek. She seemed no less happy than usual. Or no more unhappy, perhaps. But Giselle Dan Luthar's wedding day can be no joyous occasion for her. No one appreciates being jilted, whatever the circumstances. No one enjoys being abandoned. We need not go, you know. Glockter winced as he tried unsuccessfully to stretch some movement into his wasted leg, and the wince itself caused a ripple of pain through his split lips and across his battered face. I certainly won't complain if I do not have to walk another step today. We can sit here and talk of rubbish and politics. And miss the king's marriage? Gasped Adi, one hand pressed to her chest in fake horror. But I really must see what the Princess Therese is wearing. They say she is the most beautiful woman in the world, and even scum like me must have someone to look up to. She tipped back her head and swilled down the last of her wine. Having fucked the groom is really no excuse for missing a wedding, you know. The flagship of Grand Duke Orso of Tallin's ploughed slowly, deliberately, majestically forwards, under no more than quarter sail, a host of seabirds flapping and calling in the rich blue sky above. It was by far the largest ship that Giselle, or anyone amongst the vast crowds that lined the quay and crammed the roofs and windows of the buildings along the waterfront, had ever laid eyes upon. It was decked out in its finest. Coloured bunting fluttered from the rigging, and its 3 towering masts were hung with bright flags, the sable cross of Tallin's and the golden sun of the Union, side by side in honour of the happy occasion. But it looked no less menacing for that. It looked as Logan Ninefingers might have in a dandy's jacket, unmistakably still a man of war, and appearing more savage rather than less for the gaudy finery in which it was plainly uncomfortable. As the means of bringing a single woman to Adua, and that woman Giselle's bride-to-be, this mighty vessel was anything but reassuring. It implied that Grand Duke Orso might be an intimidating presence as a father-in-law. Giselle saw sailors now, crawling among the myriad ropes like ants through a bush, bringing the acres of sailcloth in with well-practiced speed. They let the mighty ship plough forward under its own momentum, its vast shadow falling over the quay and plunging half the welcoming party into darkness. It slowed, the air full of the creaking of timbers and hawsers. It came to a deliberate stop, dwarfing the now tiny-seeming boats meekly tethered to either side as a tiger might dwarf kittens. The golden figurehead, a woman twice life-size, thrusting a spear towards the heavens, glittered menacingly far over Giselle's head. A huge wharf had been specially constructed in the middle of the quay where the draught was at its deepest. Down this gently sloping ramp, the royal party of Tallin's descended into Adua, like visitors from a distant star, where everyone was rich, beautiful, and obliviously happy. To either side marched a row of bearded guardsmen, all dressed in identical black uniforms, their helmets polished to a painful pitch of mirror brightness. Between them, in 2 rows of 6, came a dozen ladies-in-waiting, each one arrayed in red or blue or vivid purple silks, each one as splendid as a queen herself. But not one of the awestruck multitude on the waterfront could have been in any doubt who was the center of attention. The Princess Therese glided along at the fore, tall, slender, impossibly regal, as graceful as a circus dancer and as stately as an empress of legend. Her pure white gown was stitched with glittering gold. Her shimmering hair was the color of polished bronze.
A chain of daunting diamonds flashed and sparkled on her pale chest in the bright sunlight. The Jewel of Talons seemed at that moment an apt name indeed. Therese looked as pure and dazzling, as proud and brilliant, as hard and beautiful as a flawless gemstone. As her feet touched the stones, the crowds burst out into a tumultuous cheer, and flower petals began to fall in well-orchestrated cascades from the windows of the buildings high above. So it was that she advanced on Giselle with magnificent dignity, her head held imperiously high, her hands clasped proudly before her, over a soft carpet and through a sweet-smelling haze of fluttering pink and red. To call it a breathtaking entrance would have been understatement of an epic order. "Your August Majesty," she murmured, somehow managing to make him feel like the humble one as she curtsied, and behind her the ladies followed suit, and the guardsmen bowed low, all with impeccable coordination. "My father, the Grand Duke Orso of Talons, sends his profound apologies." And she rose up perfectly erect again, as though hoisted by invisible strings. "But urgent business in Styria prevents him from attending our wedding." "You are all we need," croaked Giselle, cursing silently a moment later as he realized he had completely ignored the proper form of address. It was somewhat difficult to think clearly under the circumstances. Therese was even more breathtaking now than when he had last seen her a year or more ago, arguing savagely with Prince Ladislas at the feast held in his honor. The memory of her vicious shrieking did little to encourage him, but then Giselle would hardly have been delighted by the prospect of marrying Ladislas himself. After all, the man had been a complete ass. Giselle was an entirely different sort of person, and could no doubt expect a different response. So he hoped. "Please, Your Highness," and he held out his hand to her. She rested hers on it, seeming to weigh less than a feather. "Your Majesty does me too much honor." The hooves of the grey horses crackled on the paving, the carriage wheels whirred smoothly. They set off up the Kingsway, a company of knights of the body riding in tight formation around them, arms and armor glinting, each stride of the great thoroughfare lined with appreciative commoners, each door and window filled with smiling subjects. All there to cheer for their new king and for the woman soon to be their queen. Giselle knew he must look an utter idiot next to her. A clumsy, low-born, ill-mannered oaf who had not the slightest right to share her carriage, unless perhaps she was using him as a footrest. He had never in his life felt truly inferior before. He could scarcely believe that he was marrying this woman, today. His hands were shaking, positively shaking. Perhaps some heartfelt words might help them both relax. "Therese," she continued to wave imperiously to the crowds, "I realize that we do not know each other in the least, but I would like to know you." The slightest twitch of her mouth was the only sign that she had heard him. "I know that this must have come as a terrible shock to you, just as it has to me. I hope, if there is anything I can do to make it easier, that..." "My father feels the interests of my country are best served by this marriage, and it is a daughter's place to obey. Those of us born to high station are long prepared to make sacrifices." Her perfect head turned smoothly on her perfect neck, and she smiled. A smile slightly forced, perhaps, but no less radiant for that. It was hard to believe that a face so smooth and flawless could be made of meat like everybody else's. It seemed like porcelain or polished stone. It was a constant, magical delight to see it move. He wondered if her lips were cool or warm. He would have liked very much to find out. She leaned close to him and placed her hand gently on the back of his. Warm, undoubtedly warm and soft and very much made of flesh. "You really should wave," she murmured, her voice full of Styrian song. Yes," he croaked, his mouth very dry. "Yes, of course." Glockter stood, Ardee beside him, and frowned at the doors of the Lord's Round. Beyond those towering gates, in the great circular hall, the ceremony was taking place. Oh, joyous, joyous day. High Justice Moravia's wise exhortations would be echoing from the gilded dome. The happy couple would be speaking their solemn vows with light hearts. Only the lucky few had been allowed within to bear witness. The rest of us must worship from afar. And quite a crowd had gathered to do just that. The wide square of marshals was choked with them. Glockter's ears were stuffed with their excited babbling. A sycophantic throng, all eager for their divine majesties to emerge. He rocked impatiently back and forth, from side to side, grimacing and hissing, trying to get the blood to flow in his aching legs, the cramps to be still. But standing in one place for this length of time is, to put it simply, torture. How long can a wedding take? Ardee raised one dark eyebrow. Perhaps they couldn't keep their hands off each other and are busy consummating the marriage right there on the floor of the Lord's Round. How bloody long can a consummation take? Lean on me if you need to, she said, holding out her elbow to him. The cripple, using the drunk for support? Glockter frowned. We make quite the couple. Fall over if you prefer and knock out the rest of your teeth. I'll lose no sleep over it. Perhaps I should take her up on the offer, if only for a moment. After all, where's the harm? But then the first shrill cheers began to float up, soon joined by more and more, until a jubilant roar was making the air throb. The doors of the Lord's Round were finally being heaved open, and the High King and Queen of the Union emerged into the bright sunlight, hand in hand. Even Glockter was forced to admit that they made a dazzling pair. Like monarchs of myth, they stood arrayed in brilliant white, trimmed with twinkling embroidery, matching golden suns across the back of her long gown and his long coat, glittering as they turned to the crowds. Each tall and slender and graceful, each crowned with shining gold and a single flashing diamond. Both so very young and so very beautiful, and with all their happy, rich, and powerful lives ahead of them. Hurrah! Hurrah for them! My shriveled turd of a heart bursts open with joy. Glockter rested his hand on Ardee's elbow, and he leaned towards her, and he smiled his most twisted, toothless, grotesque grin. Is it really true that our king is more handsome than I? Offensive nonsense! She thrust out her chest and tossed her head, giving Glockter a withering sneer down her nose. And I sparkle more brightly than the jewel of talons. Oh, you do, my dear, you absolutely do. We make them look like beggars, like scum, like cripples. They chuckled together as the royal pair swept majestically across the square, accompanied by a score of watchful knights of the body. The closed council followed behind at a respectful distance, 11 stately old men, with Bias among them in his arcane vestments, smiling almost as wide as the glorious couple themselves. I didn't even like him, muttered Ardee under her breath. To begin with. Not really. That certainly makes two of us. No need to weep. You're far too sharp to have been satisfied with a dullard like him. She breathed in sharply. I'm sure you're right, but I was so bored and lonely and tired. And drunk, no doubt. She shrugged her shoulders hopelessly. He made me feel like I was something more than a burden. He made me feel wanted. And what makes you suppose that I want to know about it? Wanted, you say? How wonderful. And now? She looked miserably down at the ground, and Glocta felt just the smallest trace of guilt. But guilt only really hurts when there's nothing else to worry about. It was hardly as if it was true love. He saw the thin sinews in her neck moving as she swallowed. But somehow, I always thought it would be me making a fool of him. Ha! How rarely any of us get what we expect. The royal party processed gradually out of view, the last splendid courtiers and shining bodyguards tramping after them, the sound of rapturous applause creeping off towards the palace, towards their glorious futures, and we guilty secrets are by no means invited. Here we stand, murmured Ardi, the offcuts, the wretched leavings, the rotten stalks. I wouldn't worry overmuch. Glocta gave a sigh. You are still young, clever, and passably pretty. Epic praise indeed. You have all your teeth and both your legs, a marked advantage over some of us. I do not doubt that you will soon find some other high-born idiot to entrap, and no harm done. She turned away from him and hunched her shoulders, and he guessed that she was biting her lip. He winced and lifted his hand to lay it on her shoulder, the same hand that cut Sepp Dan Teufel's fingers into slices, that pinched the nipples from Inquisitor Harker's chest, that carved one Gurkish emissary into pieces and burned another, that sent innocent men to rot in Angland, and so on and so on. He jerked it back and let it fall. Better to cry all the tears in the world than be touched by that hand. Comfort comes from other sources and flows to other destinations. He frowned out across the square and left Ardi to her misery. The crowd cheered on. It was a magnificent event, of course. No effort or expense had been spared. Giselle would not have been at all surprised if he had 500 guests, and no more than a dozen of them known to himself in any significant degree. The lords and ladies of the Union, the great men of closed and open councils, the richest and the most powerful, dressed in their best and on their best behavior. The Chamber of Mirrors was a fitting venue, the most spectacular room in the entire palace, as big as a battlefield, and made to seem larger yet by the great mirrors which covered every wall, creating the disconcerting impression of dozens of other magnificent weddings in dozens of other adjoining ballrooms. A multitude of candles flickered and waved on the tables and in the sconces and among the crystal chandeliers high above. Their soft light shone on the silverware, glittered on the jewels of the guests, and was reflected back from the dark walls, gleaming into the far, dim distance. A million points of light, like the stars in a dark night sky. A dozen of the Union's finest musicians played subtle and entrancing music, and it mingled with the swell of satisfied chatter, the clink and rattle of old money and new cutlery. It was a joyous celebration, the evening of a lifetime for the guests. For Giselle, it was something else, and he was not sure what. He sat at a gilded table with his queen beside him, the two of them outnumbered 10-1 by fawning servants, displayed to the full view of the whole assembly as though they were a pair of prize exhibits in a zoo. Giselle sat in a haze of awkwardness, in a dreamlike silence, startling from time to time like a sick rabbit as a powdered footman blindsided him with vegetables. Therese sat on his right, occasionally spearing the slightest morsel with a discerning fork, lifting it, chewing it, swallowing it with elegant precision. Giselle had never thought that it was possible to eat beautifully. He now realized his mistake. He could scarcely remember the ringing words of the High Justice that had, he supposed, bound the two of them irrevocably together. Something about love and the security of the nation, he vaguely recalled. But he could see the ring that he had handed numbly to Therese in the Lord's Round, its enormous blood-red stone glittering on her long middle finger. He chewed at a slice of the finest meat, and it tasted like mud in his mouth. They were man and wife. He saw now that Baez had been right, as always. The people longed for something effortlessly higher than themselves. They might not all have had the king they would have asked for, but no one could possibly deny that Therese was all a queen should be and more. The mere idea of R.D. West sitting in that gilded chair was absurd. And yet, Giselle felt a pang of guilt when the idea occurred, closely followed by a greater one of sadness. It would have been a comfort to have someone to talk to again. He gave a painful sigh. If he was to spend his life with this woman, they would have to speak. The sooner they began, he supposed, the better. I hear that Talens is a most beautiful city. Indeed, she said with careful formality. But Adua has its sights also. She paused and looked down unhopefully at her plate. Giselle cleared his throat. This is somewhat difficult to adjust to. He ventured a fraction of a smile. She blinked and looked out at the room. It is. Do you dance? She turned her head smoothly to look at him without the slightest apparent movement of her shoulders. A little. He pushed back his chair and stood up. Then, shall we, Your Majesty? As you wish, Your Majesty. As they made their way towards the middle of the wide floor, the chatter gradually diminished. The chamber of mirrors grew deathly quiet, aside from the clicking of his polished boots and her polished shoes on the glistening stone. Giselle swallowed as they took their places, surrounded on three sides by the long tables and the legions of magnificent guests all watching. He had rather that same feeling of breathless anticipation, of fear and excitement that he had used to have when he stepped into the fencing circle against an unknown opponent before the roaring crowd. They stood still as statues, looking into each other's eyes. He held out his hand, palm up. She reached out, but instead of taking it, she pressed the back of her hand firmly against the back of his and pushed it up so that their fingers were level. She lifted one eyebrow by the slightest margin, a silent challenge that no one else in the hall could possibly have seen. The first long-drawn-out note sobbed from the strings and echoed around the chamber. They set off, circling each other with exaggerated slowness, the golden hem of Therese's dress swishing across the floor, her feet out of sight so that she appeared to glide rather than take steps, her chin held painfully high. They moved first one way and then the other, and in the mirrors around them 1,000 other couples moved in time, stretching away into the shadowy distance, crowned and dressed in flawless white and gold. As the second phrase began and other instruments joined in, Giselle began to realize that he was utterly outclassed, worse than ever he had been by Bremer Dan Gorst. Therese moved with such immaculate poise that he was sure she could have balanced a glass of wine on her head without spilling a drop. The music grew louder, faster, bolder, and Therese's movement became faster and bolder with it. It seemed as if she somehow controlled the musicians with her outstretched hands. The two were linked so perfectly. He tried to steer her, and she stepped effortlessly around him. She feinted one way and whirled the other, and Giselle almost went over on his arse. She dodged and spun with masterful disguise and left him lunging at nothing. The music grew faster yet. The musicians soared and plucked with furious concentration. Giselle made a vain attempt to catch her, but Therese twisted away, dazzling him with a flurry of skirts that he could barely follow. She almost tripped him with a foot which was gone before he knew it, tossed her head, and almost stabbed him in the eye with her crown. The great and good of the Union looked on in enchanted silence. Even Giselle found himself a dumbstruck spectator. It was the most he could do to remain in roughly the right positions to be made an utter fool of. He was not sure whether he was relieved or disappointed when the music slowed again and she offered out her hand as though it were a rare treasure. He pressed the back of his against it, and they circled each other, drawing closer and closer. As the last refrain wept from the instruments, she pressed herself against him, her back to his chest. Slowly they turned, and slower still, his nose full of the smell of her hair. At the last long note, she sank back, and he lowered her gently, her neck stretching out, her head dropping, her delicate crown almost brushing the floor. And there was silence. The room broke into rapturous applause, but Giselle hardly heard them. He was too busy staring at his wife. There was a faint color to her cheek now, her lips slightly parted, exposing flawless front teeth, and the lines of her jaw and stretched-out neck and slender collarbones were etched with shadow and ringed with sparkling diamonds. Lower down, her chest rose and fell imperiously in her bodice with her rapid breathing, the slightest fascinating sheen of sweat nestling in her cleavage. Giselle would have very much liked to nestle there himself. He blinked, his own breath sharp in his throat. "If it please your Majesty," she murmured. "Eh? Oh, of course." He whisked her back to her feet as the applause continued. "You dance magnificently." "Your Majesty is too kind," she replied, with the barest fragment of a smile, but a smile nonetheless. He beamed gormlessly back at her. His fear and confusion had, in the space of a single dance, smoothly transformed into a most pleasurable excitement. He had been gifted a glimpse beneath the icy shell, and plainly his new queen was a woman of rare and fiery passion. A hidden side to her that he was now greatly looking forward to investigating further. Looking forward so sharply, in fact, that he was forced to avert his eyes and stare off into the corner, frowning and trying desperately to think of other things, lest the tightness of his trousers caused him to embarrass himself in front of the assembled guests. The sight of Baez grinning in the corner was for once just what he needed to see, the old man's cold smile cooling his ardor as surely as a bucket of iced water. Glockter had left Ardi in her over-furnished living room, making every effort to get even more drunk, and ever since he had found himself in a black mood. Even for me. There's nothing like the company of someone even more wretched than yourself to make you feel better. Trouble is, take their misery away, and your own presses in twice as cold and dreary behind it. He slurped another half-mouthful of gritty soup from his spoon, grimaced as he forced the over-salty slop down his throat. I wonder how wonderful a time King Giselle is enjoying now, lauded and admired by all, gorging himself on the best food and the best company. He dropped the spoon into the bowl, his left eye twitching, and winced at a ripple of pain through his back and down into his leg. 8 years since the Gurkish released me, yet I am still their prisoner and always will be, trapped in a cell no bigger than my own crippled body. The door creaked open, and Barnum shuffled in to collect the bowl. Glockter looked from the half-dead soup to the half-dead old man. The best food and the best company. He would have laughed if his split lips had allowed it.
Finished, sir?
Asked the servant. More than likely. I have been unable to pull the means of destroying Baez out of my arse, and so, of course, His Eminence will not be pleased. How displeased can he be, do we suppose, before he loses patience entirely? But what can be done? Barnum carried the bowl from the room, pulled the door shut behind him, and left Glockter alone with his pain. What is it that I did to deserve this? And what is it that Luther did? Is he not just as I was? Arrogant, vain, and selfish as hell? Is he a better man? Then why has life punished me so harshly and rewarded him so richly? But Glockter already knew the answer. The same reason that innocent Sepp Dan Teufel languishes in Angland with his fingers shortened. The same reason that loyal General Visbruck died in Dagoska, while treacherous Magister Ida was let live. The same reason that Tolkis, the Gurkish ambassador, was butchered in front of a howling crowd for a crime he did not commit. He pressed his sore tongue into one of his few remaining teeth. Life is not fair. Giselle pranced down the hallway in a dream, but no longer the panicked nightmare of the morning. His head was spinning from praise and applause and approval. His body was glowing with dancing and wine and, increasingly, lust. With Therese beside him, for the first time in his brief reign, he truly felt like a king. Gems and metal, silk and embroidery, and pale, smooth skin all shone excitingly in the soft candlelight. The evening had turned out to be a delight, and the night promised only to be better yet. Therese might have seemed as hard as a jewel from a distance, but Giselle had held her in his arms, and he knew better. The great panelled doors of the royal bedchamber were held open by a pair of cringing footmen, then shut silently as the King and Queen of the Union swept past. The mighty bed dominated the far side of the room, sprays of tall feathers at the corners of its canopy casting long shadows up onto the gilded ceiling. Its rich green curtains hung invitingly wide, the silken space beyond filled with soft and tantalizing shadows. Therese took a few slow steps into the chamber ahead of him, her head bowed, while Giselle turned the key in the lock with a long, smooth rattling of wards. His breath came fast as he stepped up behind his wife, lifted his hand, and placed it gently on her bare shoulder. He felt the muscles stiffen under her smooth skin, smiled at her nervousness, matching his own so closely. He wondered if he should say something to try and calm her, but what would have been the purpose? They both knew what had to happen now, and Giselle, for one, was impatient to begin. He came closer, slipping his free hand around her waist, feeling his palm hiss over rough silk. He brushed the nape of her neck with his lips, once, twice, 3 times. He nuzzled against her hair, dragging in her fragrance and breathing it out softly against the side of her face. He felt her tremble at his breath upon her skin, but that only encouraged him. He slid his fingers over her shoulder and across her chest, her diamonds trailing over the back of his hand as he slipped it down into her bodice. He moved up closer yet, pressing himself against her, making a satisfied growl in his throat, his prick nudging pleasantly into her backside through their clothes. In a moment, she had torn away from him with a gasp, spun around, and slapped him across the face with a smack that set his head ringing. "You filthy bastard!" she shrieked in his face, spit flying from her twisted mouth. "You son of a fucking whore! How dare you touch me? Ladislau was a cretin, but at least his blood was clean." Giselle gaped, one hand pressed against his burning face, his whole body rigid with shock. He reached out feebly with his other hand. "But Oof!" Her knee caught him between the legs with pitiless accuracy, driving the wind from his chest, making him teeter for a breathless moment, then bringing him down like a sledgehammer to a house of cards. As he slid groaning to the carpet in that special shooting agony that only a blow to the fruits can produce, it was little consolation that he had been right. His queen was quite evidently a woman of rare and fiery passion. The tears flowing so liberally from his eyes were not just of pain and awful surprise and temporary disappointment. They were, increasingly, of deepening horror. It seemed that he had misjudged Therese's feelings most seriously. She had smiled for the crowds, but now, in private, she gave every indication of despising him and all he stood for. The fact that he had been born a bastard was hardly something he could ever change. For all he knew, his wedding night was about to be spent on the royal floor. The Queen had already hurried across the room, and the curtains of the bed were tightly drawn against him. Chapter 27. The Seventh Day.